Welcome back to Wolf Tales, where every story burns with the kind of fire that awakens souls and ignites hearts. Whether you're tuning in from the bustling cities of America, the beautiful landscapes of Canada, the stunning coasts of Australia, or anywhere else in this amazing world, I see you, I appreciate you, and I'm so grateful you've chosen to spend your time with us. To our incredible pack scattered across the globe, drop a comment below and tell us where you're watching from. Are you cozied up at home, commuting through your city, or stealing a quiet moment for yourself? We want to celebrate having you here, no matter what corner of the earth you call home. And if you're new to our family, welcome. You've found your tribe, where strong women claim their power and love stories burn brighter than silver flame. Now, beautiful souls, are you ready for a tale that will make you believe in fairy tales again? Today's story will take you on a journey of exhaustion turned to empowerment, of ordinary moments that become extraordinary destinies. Get comfortable, because you're about to discover what happens when a poor single mom falls asleep on a CEO billionaire's shoulder on a train, but wakes up shocked when he reveals his true wolf form. This is Chen's story, a woman who thought she was just surviving until she learned she was destined to reign. Are you ready to awaken the Luna Guardian within? Let's begin. Don't forget to tell us where you're listening from. She never thought exhaustion could be dangerous until she fell asleep on a stranger's shoulder and woke up in a world where monsters wear three-piece suits. The 11:47 p.m. train to downtown Seattle cuts through the Washington forest like a silver blade through black velvet, its headlight barely penetrating the wall of rain that hammers against the windows with the fury of 1,000 angry fists. Inside car number 3, Chen presses her forehead against the cold glass, watching droplets race each other down the surface, and wonders when her life became a competition between staying awake and staying alive. 28 years old, and she feels ancient. The kind of tired that lives in your bones, that makes your soul feel heavy, that turns every breath into a conscious effort. Her phone lies dead in her lap, the black screen reflecting her hollow eyes back at her like a mirror she doesn't want to look into. The battery died somewhere between her third cup of coffee at Rosie's Diner and her desperate sprint to catch this train, and with it died her connection to the only person who matters in this world. Emma, 5 years old, with Maya's dark hair and her father's stubborn chin, sleeping right now in Mrs. Patterson's apartment above the Korean grocery store, probably clutching that stuffed wolf Maya bought her from the dollar store last Christmas. The wolf's fur is matted now, loved nearly bald in places, but Emma refuses to sleep without it. "He protects me when you're gone, Mommy," she'd said just this morning, those big brown eyes looking up at Maya with a trust that cuts deeper than any knife. Maya's chest tightens as she remembers Emma's small hand pressed against the door this morning, watching through the peephole as Maya rushed down the hallway at 5:30 a.m. for another double shift at the diner. "Mommy, why are you always leaving?" The question follows Maya everywhere now, echoing in her head during the morning rush, when she's pouring coffee for customers who don't see her, during the afternoon lull when she's wiping down tables for the 100th time, and especially now, on this rain-soaked train heading to her second job cleaning office buildings until 3 a.m. The divorce papers in her purse crinkle as she shifts in her seat, the sound sharp as breaking glass in the quiet train car. David's lawyer delivered them yesterday, official and cold and devastating. "Miss Chen, your ex-husband is seeking full custody of Emma based on financial instability and inability to provide adequate care." The words still burn in her throat like acid. Financial instability, As if working 18-hour days to keep them fed and housed somehow makes her unfit. As if love could be measured in bank account balances. $47? That's what she has left until Friday's paycheck from the diner. And rent is due Monday. The crumpled bills in her wallet feel as fragile as tissue paper, and she's counted them so many times the edges are soft with wear. $47 between her daughter and homelessness, between staying together and losing everything that matters. Maya's hands shake as she pulls them into her lap, and even in the dim train lighting, she can see the evidence of her desperation etched into her skin. Calluses from carrying heavy trays and scrubbing floors until her knuckles bleed. Burns from the diner's ancient coffee machine that spits and hisses like an angry cat. A cut on her thumb from the broken window latch in their studio apartment that the landlord refuses to fix. These hands used to hold textbooks and dream of medical school. Now they hold mop handles and the weight of survival. Her uniform, a faded pink dress with rosies embroidered over the heart, clings to her skin, damp with steam from the industrial dishwasher and the sweat of running between tables for 10 hours straight. The fabric smells like bacon grease and desperation, and there's a coffee stain on the hem that she couldn't scrub out, no matter how hard she tried. Her sneakers, once white but now a dingy gray, squelch with every step from a leak in the diner's kitchen ceiling that drips steadily onto the back prep station. The soles are wearing thin, and she can feel every bump and crack in the sidewalk when she walks, but new shoes cost money she doesn't have. The train lurches suddenly, metal screaming against metal as it takes a sharp curve, and Maya's body sways with the motion. Her reflection in the window shows a stranger, hollow cheeks, dark circles under eyes that used to sparkle with ambition, hair pulled back in a messy bun that's more desperation than style. When did she become this ghost of herself? When did survival replace living? Outside the rain-streaked glass, the forest presses close to the tracks, ancient trees looming like sentinels in the darkness. The Pacific Northwest woods at night have always felt alive to Maya, but tonight something feels different. Wrong. The shadows between the trees seem to shift and move independent of the wind, and occasionally she catches glimpses of shapes that are too large, too fluid to be natural. Her grandmother used to tell stories about things that lived in forests like these, creatures that walked between worlds and hunted in the spaces where civilization ended. Maya used to think they were just stories. The other passengers whisper in hushed tones, their voices creating a buzz of nervous energy that makes Maya's skin crawl. She catches fragments of conversation that make her stomach clench with unease. Third person this month. They found his car but never found him. Something's hunting out there. Police say to stay off the back roads after dark. Missing persons reports. Maya heard about them on the radio while cleaning the diner this morning, but she'd been too exhausted to pay attention. Now trapped on this train cutting through the very forest where people are disappearing, every word feels like a warning she should have heeded. A businessman 3 seats ahead clutches his briefcase like a shield, his knuckles white as he stares out into the darkness. An elderly woman near the front of the car mutters prayers in Spanish, her rosary beads clicking with the rhythm of the train wheels. Even the conductor, when he'd punched Maya's ticket, had moved with the quick, nervous energy of someone who wanted to be anywhere but here. Maya tries to push down the fear that's climbing her throat like bile. She can't afford to be afraid. Fear is a luxury for people who have choices. And she ran out of choices months ago when David's family's lawyers crushed her in court, when the medical bills from Emma's pneumonia last winter drained their savings, when the diner cut everyone's hours and the cleaning company became her only option for keeping them housed. But the fear is there anyway, primal and insistent, making her hyper-aware of every sound, every shadow, every shift in the train's rhythm. Her body knows danger even when her mind tries to rationalize it away. The hair on her arms stands on end, and she finds herself scanning the other passengers, looking for threats in tired faces and worried expressions. That's when she sees him. 3 rows back, on the other side of the aisle, sits a man who doesn't belong on the 11:47 p.m. train to nowhere. His suit probably costs more than Maya makes in 6 months. Charcoal gray wool that fits his broad shoulders like it was sewn directly onto his body. His hair is dark as midnight, styled in a way that suggests expensive salons and personal stylists. Even sitting, she can tell he's tall, built like someone who's never known hunger or desperation or the bone-deep exhaustion of working multiple jobs just to survive. But it's his eyes that make Maya's breath catch in her throat. Golden. Not brown, not hazel, but actual gold, like molten metal in the dim train lighting. And they're looking directly at her with an intensity that makes her feel exposed, like he can see through her coffee-stained uniform and worn-out shoes straight to the fear and desperation she's trying so hard to hide. When their gazes meet, something electric shoots through Maya's exhausted body, jolting her more awake than she's been in months. Her heart pounds against her ribs like a caged bird, and she can't tell if it's fear or something else entirely, something that feels dangerous in a completely different way. He doesn't look away, and neither does she. The moment stretches between them like a taut wire, humming with tension that Maya can't understand. She should be afraid of him. Every instinct screams that this man is dangerous, that predators often wear expensive suits and million-dollar smiles. But instead of fear, she feels drawn, like a moth to flame, and just as likely to get burned. The train's lights flicker suddenly, plunging the car into brief darkness before humming back to life. In that moment of blackness, Maya could swear she sees something impossible. The man's eyes don't just reflect the light when it returns, they glow. A howl echoes through the forest, low and mournful, and far too close to the tracks. The sound raises every hair on Maya's body and sends a chill down her spine that has nothing to do with the rain-soaked windows. Other passengers shift nervously, looking toward the dark forest with wide, frightened eyes. But the man in the expensive suit doesn't even flinch. If anything, his posture relaxes, like the sound of a wolf crying in the darkness brings him comfort. Maya's mind tries to process what she's seeing, but exhaustion is winning the war against consciousness. Her eyelids feel heavy as lead, and the train's rhythmic rocking is like a lullaby designed to pull her under. She fights it, knowing that sleep means vulnerability, means letting her guard down in a place where people disappear and strange men watch her with impossible eyes. But she's so tired. God, she's so tired. The train hits another rough patch of track, and Maya's head lolls against the window. The cold glass feels good against her feverish skin, and she lets her eyes drift closed for just a moment, just a second to rest them. The sound of rain against glass mingles with the steady rhythm of wheels on rails, creating a symphony of white noise that pulls at her consciousness like undertow. She thinks of Emma, probably dreaming right now in Mrs. Patterson's guest bed, surrounded by the smell of kimchi and the old woman's endless kindness. Mrs. Patterson never asks for money, never complains when Maya's shifts run late, never judges the mother who works 3 jobs and still can't afford to give her daughter the life she deserves. Children need love more than money, she always says in her gentle, accented English. You love that little girl enough for 10 mothers. But love doesn't pay rent. Love doesn't buy groceries, or health insurance, or the 1,000 little things Emma needs to grow up safe and whole. Love doesn't stop ex-husbands from taking children away from mothers who are trying their best in a world designed to crush people like Maya underfoot. Her purse slips from her lap as sleep begins to claim her, and she fumbles to catch it, her fingers brushing against the small stack of Emma's latest drawings tucked inside. Crayon masterpieces of stick figures labeled Mama and Me, holding hands under a smiling sun. A purple house with a chimney and a garden full of flowers that don't exist in their one-room studio apartment. A family of wolves, Mama Wolf, Baby Wolf, and a bigger wolf that Emma always colors gold, though Maya has never understood why. The drawings are worth more than the $47 in her wallet, more than David's accusations of inadequacy, more than the fear that claws at her throat every time she thinks about losing Emma. They're proof that love exists, that hope survives even in the darkest places, that a 5-year-old girl can still believe in happy endings even when her mother has forgotten how. Maya's consciousness begins to fragment, reality blurring at the edges as sleep pulls her deeper. She's dimly aware of the train swaying, of rain drumming against glass, of that strange man's golden eyes still watching her from across the aisle. But exhaustion is stronger than fear, stronger than the voice in her head that whispers warnings about strange men and dangerous forests and the kind of monsters that hunt in the spaces between civilized and wild. Her last coherent thought before sleep claims her is a prayer to whatever gods might be listening. Please let me wake up in time for my stop. Please don't let me lose this job too. Please don't let me lose Emma. The train rocks gently as it follows the curves of the track, carrying Maya deeper into the forest, deeper into the night, deeper into a destiny she never could have imagined. Outside, shadows move between the trees with purpose and intelligence, following the silver thread of the railway like predators tracking prey. Inside, a woman who has forgotten how to hope sleeps fitfully in a plastic seat, her dreams full of golden eyes and wolves that sing lullabies in the darkness. The man in the expensive suit continues to watch her, his inhuman eyes never leaving her face, his expression unreadable. When she finally succumbs to sleep, something that might be relief or might be hunger flickers across his features. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out a phone, typing a message with fingers that seem too strong, too graceful for human hands. "I found her," he types, "the Luna Guardian. She's exactly as the prophecy described." The phone buzzes with an immediate response. "Bring her to Moonhaven. The council will want to meet her." He deletes both messages and slips the phone away, his golden eyes never leaving Maya's sleeping form. The train carries them all deeper into the forest, into the night, into a story that began centuries ago and is only now reaching its climax. And Maya Chen, exhausted single mother, devoted daughter protector, and descendant of an ancient bloodline she knows nothing about, sleeps on, unaware that her life is about to change in ways that will shake the very foundations of both the human and supernatural worlds. Before we dive deeper into Maya's world, hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell, because at Werewolf Tales, we believe every single mom deserves a protector, even if he comes with fangs. Let's see if Maya finds hers, or if finding him will cost her everything she's fought to protect. The train whistle screams through the night, a sound like grief made audible, as Maya Chen rushes headlong toward a destiny written in starlight and sealed with silver flame. Chapter 2. The train's rhythm becomes Maya's heartbeat, steady and hypnotic, pulling her consciousness down into the velvet darkness of exhaustion. Her body sags against the window, the cold glass a blessing against her fevered skin, and despite every survival instinct screaming warnings in her head, sleep wins the war against vigilance. Dreams come in fragments, Emma's laughter echoing through empty hallways, golden eyes watching her from shadows, the sound of wolves singing in languages older than words. Her body relaxes into the train seat, muscles finally releasing tension she's carried for months, years, maybe her entire adult life. For the first time in forever, Maya Chen allows herself to simply live. The train jolts violently. Metal screams against metal as the brakes engage with desperate force, throwing passengers forward in their seats like rag dolls. Maya's eyes snap open as her body pitches sideways, gravity claiming her exhausted form. She tumbles away from the window, her purse flying from her lap, papers scattering like snow, and she braces for the impact with the train floor that will surely bruise her already battered body. Instead, she falls into warmth. Strong arms catch her with reflexes that seem impossibly quick, impossibly sure. One moment she's falling, the next she's cradled against a chest that feels solid as granite beneath expensive fabric. The scent hits her first, cologne that probably costs more than her monthly grocery budget, something rich and masculine and civilized. But underneath that carefully crafted exterior lurks something else entirely, something wild. Pine forests and fresh earth, the metallic tang of danger, and beneath it all, something purely predatory that makes every nerve ending in Maya's body sing with awareness. Her cheek presses against charcoal wool, and she can hear a heartbeat beneath the fabric, steady, strong, but too slow for someone who just caught a falling woman, too controlled, as if the man holding her has perfect mastery over his body's responses, or as if his body operates by different rules entirely. Easy, a voice rumbles above her, the sound vibrating through his chest into her bones. The voice is cultured, expensive, the kind of accent that speaks of private schools and boardrooms and power that bends the world to its will. But there's something else woven through those carefully modulated tones, something raw and barely leashed that makes Maya's breath catch in her throat. She jerks upright, suddenly hyper-aware of her position sprawled across a stranger's lap like some Victorian maiden in distress. Heat floods her cheeks as she scrambles to extract herself from his arms, but his hand remains on her arm, steadying her. His touch burns through the thin fabric of her uniform, and where his fingers rest against her skin, electricity dances like live wire. "I'm sorry," Maya begins, but the words die in her throat as she looks up into his face. Golden eyes, not the warm brown of honey or the pale yellow of amber, but actual gold, like molten metal heated in a forge. They're beautiful and terrible and completely inhuman, and they're looking at her with an intensity that makes her feel naked despite being fully clothed. This close, she can see flecks of copper and bronze swirling in those impossible irises, can see the way they seem to catch and hold light that doesn't exist in the dim train car. His face belongs in magazines or marble sculptures, sharp cheekbones that could cut glass, a jaw carved from granite, lips that probably know how to speak words that could destroy empires or create them. His hair is black as midnight, styled with the kind of casual perfection that takes hours to achieve, and when he moves, it's with the fluid grace of something that has never known uncertainty or hesitation. "Maya," he says, and her name on his lips sounds like a prayer, like a secret, like something sacred being whispered in a cathedral of shadows. The world stops. Maya's heart slams against her ribs so hard she's certain he can hear it. Her mouth falls open, but no sound emerges. He knows her name. this stranger in his $1,000 suit, with his impossible eyes and his predator's grace, knows her name. She never told him. She's never seen him before in her life. She's certain of it. She would remember a face like his, a presence that fills space like a storm front moving in. "How do you know my name?" The words come out as barely a whisper. Fear and confusion and something else, something that feels dangerously like recognition, warring in her chest. His hand is still on her arm, thumb tracing absent circles over her pulse point, and Maya realizes with growing alarm that her body is responding to his touch in ways that have nothing to do with fear. Heat pools low in her belly, her skin tingles everywhere he's touching her, and her exhausted body suddenly feels very much awake. It's been so long since anyone touched her with anything resembling gentleness that her starved senses are practically purring under his attention. "You shouldn't be traveling alone this late," he says, instead of answering, those golden eyes scanning her face with unnerving intensity. "These woods, they're not safe." His voice carries an authority that suggests he's accustomed to being obeyed without question, but there's something else there too. Concern, genuine bone-deep worry that doesn't make sense coming from a stranger. Maya finds herself leaning into that concern like a plant turning toward sunlight, even as her rational mind screams warnings. "I asked how you know my name," she repeats, trying to inject steel into her voice despite the way her heart is racing. "I don't know you. I've never seen you before." Something flickers across his features. Pain, maybe, or regret. "No," he agrees quietly, "you haven't seen me. But I've been watching you, Maya, protecting you, for longer than you know." The admission should terrify her, should send her scrambling away from this beautiful stranger with his impossible eyes and his cryptic words. Instead, it settles into her chest like a missing puzzle piece finally clicking into place. The feeling of being watched that's followed her for months, the shadows that seem to move wrong, the sense that something was keeping the worst of the world's darkness at bay. It was him. "Why?" she breathes. Before he can answer, the train shudders to a complete stop with a sound like the world's largest zipper being torn open. The lights flicker and die, plunging the car into darkness, broken only by emergency lighting that casts everything in hellish red. Outside, Maya can hear the conductor's voice over the intercom, tinny and distorted with static. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing a delay due to damage to the bridge ahead. We're going to need to hold here while maintenance assesses the situation. Could be anywhere from 30 minutes to several hours. We apologize for the inconvenience." Panicked voices rise from other passengers. A woman near the front of the car starts crying. The businessman with the briefcase is already on his phone shouting at someone about missing important meetings. The elderly woman with the rosary beads clutches them tighter, her prayers becoming audible in the sudden chaos. But the man holding Maya Alexander, though she doesn't know his name yet, remains perfectly calm. His breathing doesn't change, his heartbeat stays steady beneath her palm, and when he looks toward the windows showing nothing but impenetrable darkness, there's no fear in his expression. If anything, he looks alert, like a predator that's caught an interesting scent. "We need to get you off this train," he says quietly, his voice pitched low enough that only she can hear. "Now." "What?" Maya tries to pull back, but his grip on her arm tightens, not painful, but immovable. "Why?" the conductor said. The conductor doesn't know what's hunting in these woods tonight. His golden eyes meet hers, and in their depths she sees something that makes her blood run cold. Knowledge, certainty, and beneath that, a kind of controlled fury that suggests whatever's out there in the darkness has made this personal. Maya, I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Every rational thought in her head screams that trusting strange men with impossible eyes is exactly how women end up in pieces scattered across forest floors. But there's something in his voice, something in the way he's looking at her like she's the most precious thing in the world, that makes her want to follow him into whatever darkness awaits. I have $47 and a daughter who needs me to come home, Maya says instead, pulling her scattered thoughts together like armor. I can't afford to trust anyone, especially not mysterious strangers who somehow know my name. Pain flashes across his features again, there and gone so quickly she almost misses it. Emma, he says softly, 5 years old, stays with Mrs. Patterson when you work nights, loves wolves and purple crayons, and asks why mommy is always leaving. Maya's world tilts on its axis. The air leaves her lungs in a rush, and if she weren't already sitting, she would have fallen. He knows about Emma. He knows about Mrs. Patterson. He knows details about her life that no stranger should know, intimate details that suggest surveillance, obsession, or something far worse. Who are you? The words come out as a whisper. Fear finally winning the war against attraction. My name is Alexander Kane, he says, and she recognizes the name immediately. Kane Industries, the billionaire CEO, who's been in the news lately for his company's mysterious acquisitions of land throughout the Pacific Northwest. And I'm someone who's made it his business to keep you and Emma safe. Why? Maya's voice cracks on the word. Why would someone like you care about someone like me? Alexander's hand moves from her arm to cup her face, thumb tracing her cheekbone with devastating gentleness. Because you're extraordinary, Maya. More than you know, and there are people, things that would hurt you to get to me. That stops now. His phone buzzes against his jacket, the sound sharp in the emergency-lit train car. He glances at the screen, and Maya catches a glimpse of the message. The council is asking questions about the human. Alexander's jaw clenches, something dangerous flashing in his golden eyes. He declines the call without reading the rest, but Maya sees more messages flooding in. Blackwood Industries board meeting, emergency. Council summons, immediate response required. The human has been located, containment protocols. What's the council? Maya asks, though she's not sure she wants to know the answer. People who think they have the right to decide who lives and who dies, Alexander says, his voice carrying a bitter edge that speaks of old wounds and older betrayals. People who would see you dead, rather than risk losing their control. Another call comes in, and this time Maya sees the name on the screen, Elena Blackwood. Alexander stares at it for a long moment before declining this one too, but not before Maya catches the look of pain that crosses his features. Whoever Elena Blackwood is, she matters to him, and she's part of whatever organization is asking questions about the human. About Maya. I don't understand, Maya says, though part of her is beginning to. The dreams that have plagued her since childhood, the way animals react to her presence, the feeling that she's always been waiting for something without knowing what. What do they want with me? Everything. Alexander says, simply. Your life, your power, your daughter's future. They want to control it all. The train car suddenly feels smaller, the darkness outside more oppressive. Maya realizes that whatever danger she sensed earlier wasn't some vague threat. It was real, specific, and it's been circling her life like a shark scenting blood. and somehow, this beautiful stranger is the only thing standing between her and whatever horror awaits in the shadows. The bridge damage, she says slowly, pieces clicking together. That wasn't an accident, was it? Alexander's smile is sharp as a blade. Very good, you're quicker than most humans. Most humans? Maya's voice rises slightly. What does that mean? What aren't you telling me? Before Alexander can answer, his phone buzzes again. This time he answers it, his voice dropping to a tone that could freeze flame. I told you not to call me tonight. Maya can't hear the other side of the conversation, but she can see the effect it has on Alexander. His free hand clenches into a fist, the knuckles going white, and when he looks out the window into the forest darkness, his expression becomes something that belongs on a battlefield. No, he says into the phone, the single word carrying enough finality to stop wars. She's under my protection now. Touch her and there will be consequences. He ends the call and immediately dials another number. Marcus? It's Kane. I need extraction from the 1147 northbound, approximately mile marker 67. 2 passengers. And Marcus? His voice drops to something barely human. Come armed. Maya's survival instincts finally overcome whatever strange magnetism this man possesses. She tries to stand, to put distance between herself and whatever danger follows him, but the train car lurches again, throwing her back into his arms. This time, when he catches her, she feels something beneath his expensive suit that definitely isn't human muscle. Scars. Thick raised lines across his chest and shoulders, the kind that speak of violence survived and battles won. But these aren't neat surgical scars or even the chaotic marks of accident. These are claw marks, deep furrows that could only have been made by something with very large, very sharp talons. What are you? Maya whispers, her hands splayed across his chest, feeling the evidence of a history written in scar tissue. Alexander's golden eyes meet hers, and for the first time since she fell into his arms, she sees something that might be vulnerability flicker in their depths. I'm someone who's made a lot of enemies keeping people like you safe, he says quietly. And I'm someone who would rather die than let those enemies reach you or Emma. The lights outside the train suddenly blaze to life, not the gentle illumination of maintenance crews, but harsh spotlights that turn the forest into a stage. Maya presses her face to the window and sees vehicles approaching through the trees. Expensive cars that move too quietly, filled with shadows that don't quite look human. They found us, Alexander says, his voice carrying a resignation that speaks of inevitability rather than surprise. Maya, I need you to listen to me very carefully. When I tell you to run, you run. Don't look back, don't hesitate, and don't trust anyone who isn't me or the man I called. Can you do that? Maya looks at this beautiful stranger who knows her name, who speaks of counsels and protection and enemies in the darkness, who carries the scars of battles she can't imagine. Every instinct screams that she should be afraid of him, should run from him. But louder than fear is the certainty that whatever's coming through those trees is infinitely worse than anything Alexander Kane might do to her. I can run, she says, surprised by the steadiness in her own voice. But I'm not leaving without answers. If I'm going to trust you with my life, with Emma's life, I need to know what I'm running from. Alexander's hand moves to cup the back of her neck, his thumb tracing the pulse point at her throat. You're running from people who think you're too dangerous to live, he says softly. And Maya? They might be right. Outside, the spotlights grow brighter, and Maya can see figures emerging from the cars. They move wrong, too fluid, too coordinated, like a pack working in perfect unity. and when the light catches their eyes, it reflects back like animal shine. "What am I?" Maya asks, though she's not sure she's ready for the answer. Alexander's smile is sad and beautiful and terrible. "You're the one they've been hunting for," he says, "the one I've been waiting for, the one who's going to change everything." The train doors hiss open, and darkness pours in like floodwater. "Run," Alexander says, and his voice carries the authority of someone who's never been disobeyed. This time, Maya doesn't hesitate. She grabs her purse, clutching Emma's drawings against her chest like a shield, and follows Alexander as he moves through the train car with the fluid grace of someone who knows exactly where he's going. Other passengers press back against their seats as he passes, some unconscious instinct, recognizing predator, even in expensive clothing. The emergency exit at the rear of the car opens with a pneumatic hiss, revealing a metal platform and steps leading down to the gravel railway bed. The forest presses close on both sides, ancient trees creating walls of shadow that the spotlights can't penetrate. Maya can hear voices now, calling out commands in languages she doesn't recognize, and underneath those voices, something else, sounds that no human throat should be able to make. "Stay close," Alexander murmurs, his hand finding the small of her back. Even through her uniform, his touch burns like brand, and Maya has to fight the urge to lean into that heat. "Whatever happens, don't let go of me." They descend the steps together, gravel crunching under their feet. The forest air is thick with moisture and something else, a wild primal scent that makes Maya's heart race for reasons she can't name. Behind them, she can hear other passengers beginning to panic as more figures emerge from the tree line. "This way," Alexander says, guiding her away from the train toward what looks like impenetrable forest. But as they approach, Maya realizes there's a path there, barely visible but worn smooth by passage. "My people know these woods." "Your people?" Maya asks, but Alexander doesn't answer. He's focused on something in the darkness ahead, his entire body tense with anticipation. The sound of engines grows louder, and Maya glances back to see more vehicles surrounding the train. The figures emerging from them move in perfect coordination, spreading out to cover every possible escape route. In the harsh glare of the spotlights, she catches glimpses of them, tall, impossibly graceful, with eyes that reflect light like mirrors. "Alexander Kane." A voice calls from behind them, cultured and cold as winter steel. "You cannot run forever. The council grows tired of your defiance." Alexander stops walking, every muscle in his body going rigid. When he turns, Maya sees something in his expression that makes her stomach clench with dread. Fury, yes, but beneath that, something that looks almost like guilt. "Elena," he says, and Maya remembers the name from his phone. Elena Blackwood, the person whose calls he wouldn't answer. A woman steps into the light, and Maya's breath catches. She's beautiful in the way that classical statues are beautiful, perfect, cold, eternal. Her hair is silver white, despite a face that appears no older than 30, and her eyes are the same impossible gold as Alexander's. She wears a suit that probably costs more than Maya's car, and she moves with the same predatory grace that marked Alexander from the moment Maya first saw him. "Hello, brother," Elena says, and the word hits Maya like a physical blow. Brother? This ice-cold beauty with her perfect features and her council connections is Alexander's sister. And she's looking at Maya like something unpleasant she's discovered on the bottom of her expensive shoes. "Walk away, Elena," Alexander says, stepping slightly in front of Maya. This doesn't concern you. The human concerns all of us, Elena replies, those golden eyes focusing on Maya with laser intensity. She's awakening, Alexander. Can't you smell it on her? The power stirring, the bloodline calling to itself? She tilts her head, studying Maya like a specimen under glass. How long did you think you could hide her from us? Maya feels like she's listening to a conversation in a foreign language, catching words but missing meaning. Bloodline? Power? What could she possibly have that these elegant, terrifying people would want? She's under my protection, Alexander says, and there's something in his voice now that makes the hair on Maya's arms stand on end. Something that speaks of violence barely leashed. Protection? Elena laughs. The sound like breaking crystal. Is that what you're calling it? You've been watching her for months, Alexander. Following her, learning her routines, manipulating circumstances to bring her into your orbit. That's not protection. That's hunting. Maya's world tilts again. Following her for months. The feeling of being watched. The shadows that moved wrong. The sense that something was keeping dangers at bay. It wasn't protection, it was surveillance. She was prey that didn't know it was being stalked. Maya, Alexander starts, turning toward her, but she backs away, her hand flying to her throat. You've been watching me? The words come out strangled. For months? The pain that crosses his features looks genuine, but Maya no longer trusts her ability to read this man. I can explain. Can you? Maya's voice rises, hysteria bubbling up from her chest. Can you explain why a billionaire CEO has been stalking a single mother who works at a diner? Can you explain how you know about Emma, about Mrs. Patterson, about details of my life that no stranger should know? Because you're not just any single mother, Elena interjects, stepping closer. Are you Maya Chen? You're the granddaughter of Isabel Santos, the last Luna Guardian. The bloodline we thought was extinct. The power that could either save us all or destroy everything we've built. Luna Guardian. The words hit Maya like a physical blow, stirring something deep in her memory. Her grandmother's stories, the ones Maya had dismissed as folklore and fantasy. Tales of women who could speak to wolves, who carried silver fire in their hands, who stood between the human world and the supernatural one as protectors and bridges. That's impossible, Maya whispers, but even as she says it, she's remembering things. The way animals have always reacted to her differently. The dreams that felt more like memories. The birthmark on her shoulder that glows silver in moonlight, though she's always hidden it with makeup and told herself the glow was imagination. Is it? Elena asks, and there's something almost gentle in her voice now. Haven't you always felt different, Maya? Haven't you always known you were meant for something more than serving coffee and cleaning offices? Yes, Maya thinks but doesn't say. Yes, she's always felt like she was sleepwalking through someone else's life, going through motions that felt wrong, waiting for something to begin without knowing what. The Luna bloodline carries great power. Elena continues, circling Maya like a predator studying prey. Power that could unite the supernatural world under one banner. Or power that could tear it apart if it falls into the wrong hands. Which hands are the wrong hands? Maya asks, though she's beginning to suspect she knows. Elena's smile is sharp as broken glass. Untrained hands, human hands. Hands that don't understand the responsibility that comes with such gifts. Alexander moves closer to Maya, his body radiating heat and tension. She can learn, I can teach her. You? Elena's laugh is bitter now. You who've spent the last 2 centuries running from your own nature. You who refuse to embrace what you are. You would teach her to control powers that could reshape the world? 2 centuries? Maya turns to stare at Alexander, studying his face with new eyes. He looks 35, maybe 40 at most. Human lifespans measured in decades, not centuries. Alexander is primordial, Elena explains, noticing Maya's confusion. First generation. He was born when wolves first learned to walk in human skin, when the veil between worlds was thin, and magic flowed like water. He's older than most countries, Maya, older than most civilizations. Maya feels like the ground is shifting under her feet. Everything she thought she knew about reality is crumbling, revealing something vast and terrifying beneath: werewolves, magic, ancient bloodlines, powers that could reshape the world, and somehow, impossibly, she's standing at the center of it all. "Why me?" she whispers. "Because you're the key," Alexander says quietly. "The Luna Guardians were created to balance primordial power. Without a guardian, we become unstable, dangerous. The Council fears what I might become if I remain unmated much longer." Mated. The word sends heat coursing through Maya's body, despite the terror clawing at her throat. Images flash through her mind: Alexander's hands on her skin, his mouth claiming hers, the two of them moving together with supernatural grace and power. The intensity of her response frightens her almost as much as everything else she's learned tonight. "And if she refuses?" Elena asks, though she's looking at Maya when she says it. "If she chooses to walk away from this world, to return to her small human life?" Alexander's jaw clenches. "That's her choice to make." "Is it?" Elena tilts her head, studying Maya with those unnerving golden eyes. "Because I can smell the awakening on her, brother. The bloodline is stirring whether she wills it or not. And awakened power without control." She shrugs elegantly. "History tells us how that story ends." "What happens to Emma?" Maya asks suddenly. "The only question that really matters. In all these scenarios you're discussing, what happens to my daughter?" For the first time since this nightmare began, Elena looks uncertain. The child is an unknown factor. Luna bloodlines typically skip generations, but with her mother awakening, she trails off, studying Maya with new intensity. Has the child shown any signs? Unusual dreams? Drawings of things she shouldn't know about? Connection with animals? Maya's blood turns to ice as she thinks about Emma's wolf drawings, her nightmares about bad people looking for mommy, the way she always seems to know when Maya is coming home before she hears footsteps on the stairs. She draws wolves, Maya admits quietly, wolves with golden eyes. Alexander makes a sound low in his throat, something between a growl and a groan. The sight is manifesting early. She's not just Luna-blessed, Maya. She's something new, something we've never seen before. Which makes her incredibly valuable, Elena says, and there's something in her voice that makes Maya's maternal instincts flare to full alert. Or incredibly dangerous. "Stay away from my daughter," Maya says, and for the first time since this conversation began, her voice carries real authority. "Whatever this is, whatever you think I am, Emma is off limits." Elena's smile is cold as Arctic wind. "I'm afraid that's not your decision to make anymore, Maya. The Council has protocols for dealing with emerging bloodlines, especially ones that manifest this young." "What kind of protocols?" Maya demands, but the look that passes between Alexander and Elena tells her everything she needs to know. "No," Alexander says, stepping between Maya and his sister. "Absolutely not. You're not taking the child." The child is a potential weapon, Elena replies calmly. In the right hands, she could be trained, controlled, made useful. In the wrong hands, she shrugs. The council has learned from past mistakes. We won't allow another Isabella Santos to rise. Maya doesn't know who Isabella Santos was, but the name resonates in her bones like an echo of her own voice. What happened to Isabella Santos? She burned down half of Mexico City before we stopped her, Elena says matter-of-factly. Killed hundreds of humans and supernaturals alike when her power manifested without proper guidance. The last Luna Guardian, Maya. Until now. The implications hit Maya like a freight train. If Elena is telling the truth, if she really does carry this bloodline, then Emma might too. And if that power could manifest in a child, if it could be as dangerous as Elena claims, I won't let you hurt her, Maya says, surprised by the steel in her own voice. Then perhaps, Elena says softly, you should consider accepting our guidance. Alexander can't teach you what you need to know, Maya. He's been running from his own nature for too long. But the council has resources, knowledge, centuries of experience managing supernatural bloodlines. For a price, Alexander growls. Everything has a price, Elena agrees. The question is whether Maya is willing to pay it to keep her daughter safe. Maya looks between these two impossible beings, these predators in expensive suits who speak of councils and protocols and bloodlines like they're discussing the weather. Everything in her wants to run, to grab Emma and disappear into anonymity somewhere the supernatural world can't find them. But she's tired of running from a life that never fit, tired of working herself to death for scraps while rich men in suits decide her fate. And if what they're saying is true, if she really does carry some kind of power in her blood, then maybe it's time to stop being the victim of other people's choices. What would accepting your guidance involve? She asks, and Alexander makes that low growling sound again. Training, Elena says immediately, both for you and the child. You would learn to control your abilities, to channel them safely. Emma would be educated alongside other supernatural children, taught to manage her gifts before they can manifest dangerously. And in return, Elena's smile is sharp as a blade. You serve the council's interests, both of you, your power used for the greater good of the supernatural community. Whose definition of greater good? Maya asks. The council's, Elena says simply, as if there could be no other answer. Maya looks at Alexander, studying his expression in the harsh glare of the spotlights. His golden eyes burn with fury and something that might be desperation, and when he speaks, his voice carries the weight of centuries. Don't do this, Maya. Don't give them that kind of control over you and Emma. There are other ways. What other ways? Maya demands. Keep running, keep hiding, wait for whatever's in my blood to manifest uncontrolled and hurt innocent people? I can teach you, Alexander says urgently. Not just control, but choice. The council will make you a weapon, Maya. I can help you become so much more. Elena laughs, cold and bitter. You would doom her to repeat Isabel's fate? Untrained power, brother. Uncontrolled manifestation. How many innocents died the last time a Luna Guardian tried to learn on her own? Maya feels like she's standing at the center of a chess game played by masters, with moves and counter-moves she can't see. But one thing is crystal clear. Both sides want to use her. The only question is which form of use she can live with. I need time, she says finally. I need to think, to understand what this means, and I need to see Emma, to make sure she's safe. Time is a luxury we don't have, Elena says. Every moment you remain untrained, the danger grows, to yourself, to your daughter, to everyone around you. As if summoned by her words, the forest around them suddenly comes alive with movement. Shapes flow between the trees like liquid shadow, and Maya realizes with growing horror that they've been surrounded. Dozens of figures emerge from the darkness, all moving with that same predatory grace, all wearing expensive clothes that do nothing to hide their inhuman nature. The council's patience is at an end, Elena announces. Maya Chen, by the authority vested in me by the Grand Assembly, I place you under supernatural protection, pending evaluation of your bloodline and potential threat level. That's not protection, Alexander snarls, his body beginning to change in ways that make Maya's eyes water to watch. That's imprisonment. Call it what you like, Elena says calmly. The result is the same. Maya and her daughter will come with us tonight. Alexander moves then, faster than anything human should be able to move, placing himself between Maya and the advancing figures. When he speaks, his voice carries harmonics that seem to vibrate in Maya's bones. Over my dead body. Elena's smile is sad and beautiful and terrible. If necessary, brother, if necessary. The forest explodes into chaos as Maya Chen learns exactly what happens when ancient powers collide in the darkness between worlds. Chapter 3. The world explodes in a symphony of violence and shadow. Alexander moves like liquid death, his expensive suit tearing as his body shifts into something that exists between human and nightmare. Maya watches in horror and fascination as his perfectly civilized veneer cracks open to reveal the predator beneath, muscles expanding, bones lengthening, face elongating into something that belongs in ancient legends and modern nightmares. His golden eyes blaze like molten fire as he launches himself at the nearest council enforcer with a sound that no human throat could ever produce. But even as chaos erupts around her, even as supernatural beings clash in a battle that will leave the forest floor soaked with blood, Maya's mind fractures away from the present moment. The sound of violence, the smell of something wild and primal in the air, the feeling of power awakening in her own blood, it all combines to shatter the carefully constructed walls she's built around her memories. 6 years ago. The memory hits her like a physical blow, so vivid she can taste the cheap coffee from the university cafeteria, can feel the weight of her organic chemistry textbook in her arms, can hear the excited chatter of students discussing their futures in medicine. Maya Chen at 22, pre-med student at the University of Washington, carrying a 3.8 GPA and dreams bigger than the cramped apartment she shared with 3 roommates. She was going to be a doctor. She was going to save lives, make a difference, prove that a girl from nowhere could become someone who mattered. You're Maya Santos, right? From Professor Morrison's anatomy class? She'd turned to find the most beautiful man she'd ever seen in person standing behind her in the coffee line. Tall, elegant, with dark hair and warm brown eyes that seemed to see straight through her. His clothes screamed money, the kind of casual wealth that came from never having to think about the price of textbooks or whether you could afford both dinner and lunch in the same day. It's Maya Santos Chen now, she'd corrected automatically, still unused to her hyphenated last name after her mother's death the year before. Her mother had insisted on keeping the Santos name, had filled Maya's childhood with stories about their heritage, their bloodline, their purpose, stories Maya had dismissed as immigrant folklore and generational trauma. David Chen, he'd said, extending a hand that had never known calluses or hard labor. Law school, I've seen you in the library, "You're always there until closing." Of course, she was always there until closing. She worked at a diner from 5 a.m. to noon to pay for school, then studied until the library kicked her out. Sleep was a luxury she couldn't afford. Dreams of helping people, the fuel that kept her going when exhaustion threatened to drag her under. But David had looked at her like she was something precious, something worth protecting, and Maya, who had spent her entire life fighting for every scrap of opportunity, had allowed herself to believe that maybe she'd found someone who would fight alongside her instead of against her. The courtship had been a fairy tale. Expensive dinners, she protested, but secretly loved. Study dates in coffee shops that didn't require her to count change. Flowers delivered to her dorm room that made her roommates sigh with envy. David's family had money, old Seattle money, the kind that came with expectations and traditions, and the absolute certainty that they were better than everyone else. Maya should have seen the warning signs. The way David's mother, Patricia Chen, looked at her like something distasteful she'd found on her expensive shoes. The conversations that stopped when Maya entered rooms during family gatherings, the comments about her background and breeding, delivered with smiles sharp as knives. "She's lovely, David," Patricia had said over dinner at the family's Bellevue mansion, her voice dripping with the kind of condescension that wealthy women had perfected over generations. "Very exotic. I'm sure she'll make someone a wonderful wife, eventually." Maya had been too young, too hopeful, too desperate to belong somewhere to understand what Patricia was really saying. That she was pretty enough to fuck, but not good enough to marry. That she was a phase David would outgrow once he came to his senses and chose someone from his own social circle. The pregnancy had been an accident, birth control failing at the worst possible time, just as Maya was preparing for her MCAT exams. She'd stared at the positive test for an hour, her carefully planned future crumbling around her like a house of cards in an earthquake. Medical school didn't pause for teenage pregnancies. Dreams didn't wait for convenient timing. "We'll figure it out," David had said when she finally found the courage to tell him, his arms around her in the tiny bathroom of her shared apartment. "I love you, Maya. We'll make this work." For a brief, shining moment, she'd believed him, believed that love could conquer practical reality, that they could build something beautiful together despite the obstacles. She'd even started to dream about their child, a little girl with David's eyes and her own stubborn determination, growing up with advantages Maya had never had. But love, as Maya learned with devastating clarity, was no match for family pressure and social expectations. The Chen family's reaction to the pregnancy had been swift and brutal, not violent. They were far too civilized for that, but surgical in its precision. Maya found herself systematically excluded from David's life, plans made without consulting her, decisions about their future discussed in rooms she wasn't allowed to enter. "You need to think about what's best for your career, son," Maya had overheard David's father saying during a family dinner she'd been conspicuously uninvited to. "A wife is an asset or a liability. Choose carefully." David had started staying late at law school, missing dinners they'd planned, forgetting conversations they'd had about their future. When Maya brought up medical school, he'd suggested she take a year off. "Just until the baby comes," he'd said. But Maya could see the truth in his eyes. He didn't expect her to go back. He expected her to disappear into the background of his life, to become another casualty of his family's ambitions. The miscarriage at 8 weeks should have been a relief, a chance to reclaim her future, to return to the path she'd worked so hard to carve. Instead, it had revealed the depth of David's relief, the way his shoulders relaxed when the doctor delivered the news, The way he immediately started talking about their future, like the pregnancy had been nothing more than a temporary inconvenience. "We can try again in a few years," he'd said, holding her hand in the hospital bed, "when we're both established in our careers, when the timing is better." But Maya had seen the truth in his eyes. He didn't want to try again with her. He wanted to finish law school, start his career, find someone more suitable to carry his children, someone his family wouldn't have to explain or apologize for. She'd tried to hold on to him anyway, convinced herself that love could bridge the gap between their worlds. But David's enthusiasm for their relationship cooled in direct proportion to the warming of his family's approval. Maya watched herself become optional in his life, someone he saw when convenient, someone he remembered when he had nothing better to do. The second pregnancy 18 months later had been different. Not an accident this time, but a desperate attempt to reclaim something that was already lost. Maya had convinced herself that a child would force David to choose, would make their love real again, would give her the family she'd dreamed of since her mother's death. Emma had arrived perfect and beautiful and devastating, with dark hair and eyes that seemed to see everything. Maya had held her daughter in the hospital bed, counting tiny fingers and memorizing the curve of her impossibly small nose, and felt love like nothing she'd ever imagined possible. This tiny person was hers, completely and unconditionally, in a way nothing else had ever been. But David's family had closed ranks with military precision. Suddenly Maya found herself fighting for everything. Hospital visits limited to approved hours, decisions about Emma's care made without consulting her, documents appearing that questioned her fitness as a mother. The Chen family lawyers were sharks in expensive suits, and Maya was bleeding in the water with no resources to defend herself. "You're not thinking clearly, Maya," Patricia Chen had said during one of their carefully orchestrated conversations, her voice honey-sweet with false concern. "Raising a child is expensive, demanding work. David can provide stability, education, opportunities you simply can't match. Wouldn't it be selfish to deny Emma those advantages?" Maya had fought with everything she had, but she'd been 23 years old, exhausted from childbirth, and facing opponents who had unlimited resources and decades of experience in getting what they wanted. The custody arrangement that emerged from the legal battle gave David primary custody, Maya supervised visitation, and left her feeling like a visitor in her own daughter's life. The divorce that followed had been a master class in legal devastation. David's lawyers painted Maya as unstable, irresponsible, a gold digger who had trapped their client with false pregnancy claims. They dissected her background, her mother's stories about their family heritage, her grandmother's superstitious beliefs about dreams and visions and powers that existed beyond normal human understanding. Mrs. Santos Chen claims her family has special abilities, one of David's lawyers had said during a deposition, his voice carefully neutral, but his eyes mocking. She believes in supernatural phenomena, fortune-telling, and various folk magic practices. These beliefs raise serious questions about her judgment and her fitness to raise a child in a rational, stable environment. Maya had sat in that conference room, surrounded by men in suits who spoke about her life like it was evidence in a criminal trial, and felt something inside her break. Not just her heart that had been shattered months ago, something deeper, something essential, the part of her that believed she deserved love, respect, a place in the world. The final custody ruling had been devastating, but unsurprising. David got primary custody, Maya got every other weekend, and one evening per week, and Emma got bounced between two worlds like a tennis ball in a match no one could win. Maya had dropped out of pre-med, the the same day the custody ruling came down. Medical school required focus, time, financial resources she no longer had. Her dreams of healing people crumbled under the weight of legal fees and the exhaustion of working multiple jobs just to afford the tiny studio apartment that would allow her to have overnight visits with her own daughter. Present-day Maya jerks back to the chaos around her as a council enforcer's body hits a tree with enough force to snap the trunk in half. Alexander moves through the battle like a force of nature, his transformation complete now, more wolf than man, but retaining enough human intelligence to be utterly terrifying. His golden eyes find hers across the carnage, and even in his shifted form she can see the desperate question there, "Are you all right?" But Maya isn't all right. She's never been all right since the day she let David Chen convince her that love meant sacrifice, that being worthy meant making herself smaller, that fighting for what she wanted made her selfish and grasping. Maya, Elena's voice cuts through the sound of violence, cultured and calm despite the supernatural war raging around them. This ends when you choose. Your brother's pack is outnumbered 3-1. How many people are you willing to let die for your stubbornness? Maya looks around the forest battlefield, seeing bodies on both sides, smelling blood and something wilder in the air. Alexander's pack, because of course he has a pack, of course there are more of them, fights with desperate fury against Elena's council enforcers. But Elena is right. They're outnumbered, outmatched, and fighting a battle they can't win. Just like Maya had been fighting a battle she couldn't win for the past 6 years. But this time feels different. This time, the choice isn't between losing everything or losing everything slightly more slowly. This time, there's power stirring in her blood, ancient knowledge awakening in her bones, and the growing certainty that she's been hiding from herself for far too long. "Stop," Maya says, and though she doesn't raise her voice, somehow every fighter in the forest hears her. The word carries weight it shouldn't have, authority that comes from somewhere deeper than her conscious mind. The battle doesn't stop immediately, but it slows. Wolves and council enforcers pause mid-strike, turning to look at her with expressions ranging from confusion to fear. Even Alexander, blood matting his dark fur, stops his assault on a council member to stare at Maya with those impossible golden eyes. "I said stop," Maya repeats, and this time her voice carries something that makes the trees around them shiver. Power. Raw, untrained, dangerous power that responds to her emotional state like a living thing. Elena's lips curve in a satisfied smile. Ah, there she is. The Luna Guardian awakens. Maya can feel it now. The thing she's been suppressing her entire adult life, the gift her grandmother tried to teach her about before Maya convinced herself it was all superstition and wishful thinking. Energy flows through her veins like liquid fire, and she can sense the emotions of every supernatural being in the forest. Fear from the council enforcers, desperate hope from Alexander's pack, cold calculation from Elena. And from Alexander himself, a complex tangle of guilt, longing, protective fury, and something that feels like recognition, like he's been waiting his entire long life for this moment, for her to stop hiding and become what she was always meant to be. But Maya isn't ready to become anything. She's tired of people making choices for her, tired of being pushed and pulled by forces beyond her control, tired of sacrificing pieces of herself for other people's visions of who she should be. "I need to see Emma," she says, looking directly at Elena. "Before I make any decisions about anything, I need to see my daughter and know she's safe." "Of course," Elena says smoothly. "The child is being cared for by council personnel. She's quite safe, I assure you. Ice floods Maya's veins. What do you mean she's being cared for by council personnel? We collected her several hours ago, Elena explains, her voice carrying the casual indifference of someone discussing the weather. Mrs. Patterson was resistant at first, but she saw reason eventually. The child is in a secure location, being evaluated by our specialists. The world goes white with rage. Maya's power explodes outward like a nuclear blast, silver fire erupting from her body with enough force to knock every supernatural being in the forest to their knees. Trees bow away from her, their leaves turning silver and glowing like stars. The very air around her shimmers with energy that tastes of moonlight and feels like the fury of a mother whose child has been threatened. "Where is my daughter?" The words come out as a roar that makes the ground tremble, and Maya realizes with distant amazement that her voice carries harmonics no human throat should be able to produce. Alexander shifts back to human form in a flow of muscle and bone, his naked body covered in blood and scratches, but his golden eyes blazing with something that looks like pride. "Maya," he says softly, and his voice seems to cut through her rage like a knife through silk. "Breathe, you'll bring down the forest if you don't control it." Maya looks around at the devastation her outburst has caused. Trees uprooted, council enforcers thrown 50 feet from where they were standing, silver fire still dancing along her skin like living jewelry. The power feels good. Feels right in a way nothing has felt right in years. But Alexander is correct. She can feel the energy building towards something catastrophic, something that would level everything for miles around. "My daughter," she says again, fighting to modulate her voice back to merely human ranges. "Where is Emma?" Elena picks herself up from the forest floor with careful dignity, her perfect suit somehow still immaculate, despite being thrown against a tree hard enough to crack bark. "The child is safe," she repeats, "but her location remains classified until we reach an accommodation regarding your future cooperation." "You took my daughter to force my compliance," Maya says, and the words taste like ashes in her mouth. "You kidnapped a 5-year-old girl to make her mother cooperate with your agenda." "We secured a potential asset," Elena corrects smoothly. The child shows signs of early manifestation that require immediate attention. Leaving her in the care of an elderly human was irresponsible given the dangerous circumstances. Maya thinks of Mrs. Patterson, 78 years old and barely 5 feet tall, trying to protect Emma from supernatural beings who could tear through steel with their bare hands. The old woman who had never asked for anything in return for her kindness, who had loved Emma like the grandmother she'd never had, who probably fought them until they overwhelmed her with superior force. "Is she hurt?" Maya asks, and her voice carries enough controlled threat to make several council enforcers step backward. "Mrs. Patterson?" Elena shrugs, dismissively. "Minor injuries, nothing that won't heal." She was persistent in her defense of the child, admirable really for a human. The casual dismissal of Mrs. Patterson's welfare, the reduction of Emma to the child and potential asset, the complete indifference to the terror Maya must be feeling, it all crystallizes into a moment of perfect clarity. This is what David's family had done to her, what his lawyers had done during the custody battle, what every person with power had done to Maya her entire life. They had taken her choices away, made decisions about her future without consulting her, and expected her to be grateful for their benevolence. "Not anymore, Alexander," Maya says, and when those golden eyes focus on her, she sees understanding flicker there. "Your offer to teach me, does it still stand?" "Always," he says without hesitation. "But Maya, If you choose that path, there's no going back. The council will see you as a rogue element, a threat to their authority. They'll never stop hunting you. They already took my daughter, Maya points out. They've already made me their enemy. The only question now is whether I face them as a victim or as something else entirely. Elena's expression shifts from confident superiority to genuine concern. Maya, you're making a mistake. The path Alexander offers leads to chaos, to destruction. Look at what happened to Isabella Santos. Isabella Santos was my great-grandmother. Maya interrupts, and the admission tastes like freedom on her tongue. The last Luna Guardian, the woman whose power burned half of Mexico City when the council tried to control her. Elena goes very still. Then you understand the danger. You understand why training, guidance, control are essential. I understand that my great-grandmother chose to fight rather than submit, Maya says. I understand that she used her power to protect what mattered to her, even when everyone told her she was too dangerous to live freely. She looks around the forest battlefield, at the bodies and blood and devastation, at the supernatural beings who have been deciding her fate without asking her opinion. For 6 years, she's allowed other people to define her worth, to limit her choices, to make her grateful for scraps of her own life. Standing here with silver fire dancing along her skin and ancient power singing in her blood, Maya Chen finally understands what her grandmother had been trying to tell her all those years ago. Some things are worth fighting for, even when the odds are impossible. Some battles are worth losing, as long as you lose them on your own terms. I choose Alexander, she says, and the words ring through the forest like a bell tolling. I choose to learn my heritage, to claim my power, to become what I was born to be, and I choose to burn down anyone who tries to stop me from getting my daughter back. Elena's smile is sad and beautiful and terrible. Then you've chosen war, Maya. War against forces older and more powerful than you can imagine. Good, Maya says, and for the first time in 6 years, she feels like herself. I've been at war my whole life. At least now I have weapons worth fighting with. Alexander moves to her side, his naked body radiating heat and barely contained power. When he takes her hand, Maya feels their energies merge in a way that's both intimate and cosmic, silver fire and golden strength combining into something that transcends either of them alone. Together? He asks, and the single word carries the weight of promises made in starlight and sealed with blood. Together, Maya agrees and seals her fate with a kiss that tastes like silver flame and feels like coming home to a war worth winning. Elena signals to her remaining enforcers, and they begin to withdraw into the forest shadows. But before she disappears entirely, Elena turns back one final time. The child will remain in council custody until you come to your senses, she calls across the battlefield. When you're ready to discuss terms, you know how to reach us. And then she's gone, leaving Maya and Alexander alone in a forest that bears the scars of supernatural warfare and the weight of choices that will reshape both their worlds. Maya looks down at her hands, still glowing with silver fire, and feels the full weight of what she's committed to settling on her shoulders. She's declared war on beings with centuries of experience and unlimited resources. She's chosen love over safety, power over surrender, and the unknown over the comfortable lie of powerlessness. But for the first time since David Chen convinced her that love meant making herself smaller, Maya feels like she's exactly where she belongs. Emma, she whispers, and the name carries on, the night wind like a prayer and a promise. Mommy's coming, baby, and she's bringing fire. Chapter 4. The forest around them still bears the scars of supernatural warfare. Uprooted trees, scorched earth, the lingering scent of silver fire and spilled blood. But as Alexander leads Maya deeper into the ancient woods, the devastation gives way to something else entirely. Something that feels older than civilization, more primal than the conflict they've just survived. "We can't stay here," Alexander says, his voice rough with exhaustion and something deeper. The transformation back to human form has left him magnificent and terrible, naked skin marked with healing scratches, muscles rippling with barely contained power, golden eyes that seem to hold starlight. Elena will return with reinforcements. The council doesn't give up easily. Maya nods, though she can barely tear her gaze away from him. The kiss they shared still burns on her lips, still sends electricity dancing through her veins. When their lips met, she felt something fundamental shift in the universe, like puzzle pieces clicking into place, like coming home to a place she'd never been, but had always known existed. "Where do we go?" she asks, and her voice carries new harmonics, undertones that speak of power awakening in her blood. Alexander's smile is sharp as a blade, and beautiful as sunrise. Somewhere the council can't follow, somewhere older than their authority, protected by laws they can't break. He extends his hand, and when Maya takes it, the connection between them flares like lightning. "I'm taking you home, Maya, to the place where Luna Guardians were born." They move through the forest with inhuman speed. Alexander's supernatural strength, allowing him to carry Maya when the terrain becomes too rough for human navigation. She should be terrified, clinging to a naked werewolf as he bounds through ancient trees, leaving behind everything she's ever known to follow a man who admits he's been stalking her for months. Instead, she feels more alive than she has in years. Power courses through her veins like molten silver, and with Alexander's arms around her, the exhaustion that has plagued her for months simply disappears. The trees around them grow older as they travel deeper into the forest, their trunks thicker, their canopy denser, their very presence speaking of centuries beyond human memory. Spanish moss hangs like ancient lace, and flowers bloom in moonlight that shouldn't be able to penetrate the thick canopy above. This isn't just a forest, it's a sanctuary, a place where the old laws still hold sway. "How far?" Maya asks, though she could run forever with this energy singing in her blood. "Not far now," Alexander murmurs against her ear, his breath hot against her skin. "Can you feel it? The pull of sacred ground?" Maya closes her eyes and extends her newly awakened senses. Yes, there it is, a thrumming in the earth beneath them, a resonance that calls to something deep in her bones, like a tuning fork struck against her soul, drawing her forward towards something that feels like destiny made manifest. The trees part suddenly, revealing a sight that steals Maya's breath. Moonhaven. The mansion rises from the forest floor like something from a fairy tale, but not the sanitized Disney version, the original Brothers Grimm, where magic comes with a price and happy endings must be fought for with blood and tears. Ancient stone and weathered timber blend seamlessly with living trees, the structure built around and through a grove of silver birch that must have been old when the first Europeans set foot on this continent. But it's not just the house that makes Maya's heart stop. It's the stone circles that surround it. Massive granite pillars arranged in patterns that speak to something older than human civilization. Symbols carved deep into the stone glow with faint silver light, and as Maya watches, that light begins to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. My God, she whispers, and the words feel inadequate for what she's seeing. Not God, Alexander says softly, setting her gently on the ground. Something older, something that was here before humans learned to build cities, before they forgot that magic flows through everything like blood through veins. Maya approaches the nearest standing stone on trembling legs, drawn by a force she can't name and doesn't want to resist. The symbols carved into its surface seem to shift and flow as she watches, rearranging themselves into patterns that should be meaningless but somehow speak directly to her soul. This land has been in my family for generations, Alexander says carefully, and Maya hears the weight of centuries in that pause. She reaches out to touch the stone, and the moment her palm makes contact with the ancient granite, the world explodes into visions. A woman with silver fire dancing around her hands stands in this very circle, wolves arrayed around her like living shadows. She's beautiful and terrible and familiar, her face a template Maya recognizes from mirrors and photographs. The woman raises her hands, and the silver fire spreads outward, healing wounded wolves, mending broken bonds, bringing peace to warring packs. The scene shifts. The same woman, older now, holds a baby against her chest, while werewolves kneel before them both. The child glows with silver light, and where her tiny hands touch the ground, flowers bloom in impossible colors. Shift again. War. The council's predecessors march through these very woods, carrying weapons that burn with unnatural fire. The Luna Guardian stands alone against them, silver flame erupting from her body like a solar flare. When the light fades, the enemies are gone, but so is she, consumed by her own power to protect what she loved. Maya jerks her hand back from the stone, gasping as the visions release their hold on her. Alexander's arms immediately encircle her, steadying her as she struggles to process what she's seen. Isabella, she whispers. That was Isabella Santos, my great-great-grandmother. The last Luna Guardian, Alexander confirms, his voice heavy with old grief. The woman who chose to die rather than let the council control her power. She was here, in this place. Maya looks around the stone circle with new eyes, seeing not just ancient architecture, but a sacred space where her ancestor made her final stand. This is where she chose to burn out rather than burn others, Alexander finishes. The Luna blessing runs in bloodlines thought extinct, Maya. For over a century, the council believed they had successfully eliminated the Silver Moon lineage, until you. The weight of heritage settles on Maya's shoulders like a mantle made of starlight and shadow. She is the descendant of a woman who died rather than submit, the inheritor of power that could reshape the supernatural world, the living embodiment of everything the council fears most. The council knew, she realizes, pieces clicking together with terrifying clarity. When they took Emma, they knew exactly who I was. Elena suspected. Alexander admits, guilt flickering across his features. My sister has always been better at reading bloodlines than I am, but I hoped, he trails off, golden eyes reflecting ancient pain. Hoped what? That I could protect you without awakening the power, that I could keep you safe in your human life, never knowing what you truly were. His hands cup her face with devastating gentleness. I was a fool. The Luna blessing doesn't sleep forever. It responds to need, to threat, to the presence of an unbonded alpha. As if summoned by his words, the sound of engines approaches through the forest. Maya tenses, ready to fight or flee. But Alexander merely sighs. Elena, he says, she couldn't resist seeing for herself. 3 black SUVs emerge from the tree line. their headlights cutting through the mystical atmosphere like knives through silk. The vehicles move with unnatural silence, and when they stop, the figures that emerge move with the same predatory grace Maya has come to associate with the supernatural elite. Elena Blackwood steps into the stone circle like she owns it, her silver hair catching moonlight in ways that suggest her beauty isn't entirely natural. She's changed from her blood-stained battle attire into something that probably costs more than Maya's annual salary, a dress that flows like liquid shadow and jewelry that glints with its own inner light. "Brother," Elena says, her voice carrying disapproval and resignation in equal measure. "You're playing with fire bringing her here." "This is her birthright," Alexander replies, moving protectively in front of Maya. "Sacred ground recognizes sacred blood." Elena's golden eyes, so like Alexander's, but cold where his burn warm, fix on Maya with laser intensity. Does it indeed? She approaches with the fluid grace of a predator, stopping just outside the stone circle's boundary. "Touch the center stone, little guardian. Let's see if the old magic still remembers your family's name." Maya looks to Alexander, who nods grimly. "It's a test," he explains. "The center stone only responds to true Luna blood. If you're truly Isabella's descendant, and if I'm not?" Elena's smile is sharp as winter wind. "Then you're simply a human with delusions of grandeur, and this conversation becomes much simpler." Maya approaches the center stone, larger than the others, covered in symbols that seem to writhe and shift in the moonlight. She can feel power radiating from it like heat from a forge, and every instinct screams that touching it will change her irrevocably. But Emma is out there somewhere, frightened and alone in the custody of beings who see her as an asset to be controlled. Maya has spent her entire adult life being afraid of David's family, afraid of poverty, afraid of her own power. Fear has cost her everything that mattered. Not anymore. Maya places both palms against the center stone, and the world ignites. Silver fire erupts from the granite like a geyser made of starlight, surrounding Maya in a column of pure energy that reaches toward the heavens. The other stones begin to glow in response, their carved symbols blazing with light that turns night to day. The very air around her shimmers with power that tastes of moonbeams and feels like coming home to a place she's never been. But it's not just light that surrounds her, it's memory, ancestral knowledge flooding her consciousness like a dam bursting, centuries of Luna Guardian history downloading into her awareness in a torrent of sensation and understanding. She sees the first guardian, a woman whose name is lost to time, but whose sacrifice echoes through generations. The council's predecessors, humans who feared what they couldn't control, who sought to cage and command the supernatural world rather than coexist with it. She sees Isabel, not just in her final moments but throughout her life. The love affair with a werewolf alpha that scandalized both worlds. The daughter born of that union, hidden among humans when war broke out between the factions. The choice to let her bloodline disappear rather than let it be enslaved. She sees herself, not as she is, but as she could be. A woman with silver fire dancing around her hands, standing beside a massive black wolf with golden eyes. Together they face an army of shadows, their combined power holding back darkness that would consume both worlds. The visions fade, leaving Maya gasping and transformed. She can feel the change in her very cells, power that was dormant, now fully awake, knowledge that was lost, now restored, purpose that was hidden, now blazing like a beacon in her soul. Impossible. Elena breathes, staring at Maya with something approaching awe. The response is stronger than Isabella's ever was, stronger than any guardian in recorded history. Alexander moves to Maya's side, his hand finding hers with unerring precision. The moment their fingers interlock, the silver fire around her flares brighter, and Maya gasps as she feels their energies merge in ways that transcend the physical. "The bond," Elena whispers, and for the first time since Maya met her, the Ice Queen looks genuinely shaken. "It's already beginning." "What bond?" Maya demands, though part of her already knows. The pull she's felt toward Alexander from the moment she first saw him, the way her body responds to his presence, the feeling that she's been waiting her entire life for him to find her. Luna Guardians don't just have power, Alexander explains, his voice rough with emotions he's trying to contain. They're fated mates to alpha wolves. The bond is unbreakable, life-altering, dangerous to both parties if left incomplete. Dangerous, how? Elena circles them like a shark scenting blood, her expression calculating. Every generation, a Luna is born to balance an alpha's darkness, but the last one, she trails off, studying Maya with new intensity. The bond drove her mad. She destroyed entire packs before the council was forced to end her suffering. End her suffering? Maya's voice carries enough controlled fury to make the standing stones pulse with renewed light. You mean murdered her? We contained a threat that would have consumed the supernatural world, Elena replies coldly, just as we may be forced to contain you, if the bond proves unstable. Alexander's body goes rigid with barely controlled rage. You will not touch her, even if she becomes what Lydia became? Elena's words hit like physical blows. Even if the bond sends her into berserker rage, consuming everyone in her path? How many innocents are you willing to sacrifice for your mate, brother? Maya feels Alexander's pain like a knife to the chest. Lydia. The name resonates with grief so profound it nearly brings Maya to her knees. Through their growing bond, she sees flashes of memory, a woman with dark hair and silver fire, an alpha who loved her desperately, the horror of watching that love transform into something monstrous. Lydia was your previous mate, Maya realizes, the words tasting like ashes. Alexander's golden eyes meet hers, and she sees centuries of guilt and loss reflected there. 200 years ago, the bond formed, but without proper guidance, without understanding of what we were becoming. He closes his eyes, reliving pain that time hasn't diminished. She lost herself in the power, began seeing enemies everywhere, convinced that everyone was trying to separate us. She killed 17 werewolves and 43 humans before you killed her, Maya finishes, understanding flooding through their bond. Before she begged me to kill her, Alexander corrects, his voice breaking. In her final moments of lucidity, she saw what she'd become, asked me to end it before she hurt more innocent people. The revelation should terrify Maya, should send her running from a bond that could transform her into a monster. Instead, she feels only determination crystallizing in her chest, like steel forged in starfire. I'm not Lydia, she says simply. The power is the same, Elena warns. The potential for madness, for destruction. The power is the same, Maya agrees, silver fire beginning to dance around her fingers. But I'm not. Lydia had no guidance, no understanding of what she was becoming. She faced the bond alone, with an alpha who was as ignorant as she was. She looks around the sacred space, at the standing stones that pulse with ancient knowledge, at the symbols that speak of centuries of Luna Guardian wisdom. But I'm not alone. I have Isabella's memories, the knowledge of every guardian who came before, and I have something Lydia never had." "What's that?" Alexander asks, hope and fear warring in his voice. Maya's smile is fierce as starlight and twice as bright. "I have a daughter who needs her mother to be strong enough to come home." Elena makes a sound of frustration. "You're being naive, child. The bond will consume you whether you're prepared or not. It always does." "Then help me," Maya says, turning to face Alexander's sister with renewed determination. "You're part of the council that governs the supernatural world. You have resources, knowledge, centuries of experience managing these kinds of situations. Help me learn to control this before it controls me." "The council doesn't help rogue guardians," Elena replies automatically. "It eliminates them." "Then maybe it's time for the council to evolve," Maya suggests, silver fire flaring around her like a challenge made manifest. "Because I'm not going anywhere, Elena. I'm not running from this power, and I'm not letting you or anyone else dictate my fate. The only question is whether you're going to be part of the solution or part of the problem." Elena studies Maya for a long moment, golden eyes calculating odds and outcomes with supernatural precision. "You would challenge the council? Fight beings with centuries of experience and unlimited resources?" "I would fight the devil himself if it meant getting Emma back safely," Maya replies without hesitation. "And Elena, I'm beginning to think the council and the devil might be the same entity." A slow smile spreads across Elena's perfect features, the first genuine expression Maya has seen from her. "Interesting. Perhaps there's more of Isabella in you than I thought." "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" "That," Elena says, "remains to be seen. But it's certainly not boring." She looks between Maya and Alexander, studying the silver and gold energies that swirl around them like visible proof of their connection. "The bond is already too advanced to break safely. You'll need training, guidance, and protection while you learn to manage the power." "From who?" Alexander asks suspiciously. "The council made their position clear." "From me," Elena says simply, and the admission clearly costs her. "I may serve the council, but I'm your sister first, and I'm tired of watching the supernatural world stagnate under leaders who fear change more than destruction." Maya feels something like hope beginning to bloom in her chest. "You'll help us get Emma back?" "I'll help you become strong enough to get Emma back yourself," Elena corrects. "The council respects power, Maya. Show them you're not a victim to be controlled but a force to be reckoned with, and they'll negotiate rather than simply try to eliminate you." "And if I can't become that strong?" Elena's smile is sharp as a blade and twice as dangerous. "Then we'll all burn together, little guardian, but somehow, I don't think that's going to be a problem." As if responding to her words, the standing stones pulse with renewed light, and Maya feels power flowing through her like a river of molten silver. She looks at Alexander, sees her own determination reflected in his golden eyes, and makes a choice that will echo through both their worlds. "Then let's begin," she says, and her voice carries the authority of queens and the fury of mothers whose children have been threatened. "Emma's waiting, and I've kept her waiting long enough." The night wind picks up, carrying the scent of ancient magic and new beginnings, as Chen takes her first step toward becoming the Luna Guardian. The world hasn't seen in over a century. Around her the stone circle blazes with silver fire, and in that light, 3 supernatural beings prepare for a war that will reshape everything they know about power, love, and the price of protecting what matters most. The Luna Guardian has awakened, and the supernatural world will never be the same. Chapter 5. The first hint of dawn breaks through the ancient canopy of Moonhaven, painting the sacred stone circle in shades of rose and gold. Maya stands at the center of the mystical space, silver fire dancing around her fingers as Elena guides her through the first lesson in Luna Guardian power. The energy flows through her like liquid starlight, responding to her emotional state with an intensity that both thrills and terrifies her. "Focus on Emma," Elena instructs, her voice carrying the authority of centuries. The bond between guardian and child transcends distance, transcends even death itself. Feel for her presence in the web of power that connects all living things. Maya closes her eyes, extending her newfound senses across the landscape like invisible fingers searching for her daughter's familiar warmth. The power flows outward in ripples, touching the consciousness of every supernatural being within a 100-mile radius, but Emma remains frustratingly beyond her reach. "I can't find her," Maya whispers, fear clawing at her throat. "Elena, what if they've done something to block the connection? What if—" "Peace," Alexander murmurs, his hand settling on her shoulder with grounding warmth. "Emma is stronger than you know. Luna bloodline or not, she carries part of your spirit. Trust that connection." Maya draws strength from his touch, from the golden warmth of his energy mixing with her silver fire. Together, they reach out across the supernatural landscape, their combined power creating a search net that no ordinary barrier could contain. That's when the howls begin. Not the mournful song of wolves calling to their pack, but something darker, hungrier. The sound raises every hair on Maya's body and sends ice flooding through her newly awakened power. These aren't Alexander's wolves. These howls carry threat and territorial challenge in frequencies that speak directly to primal fear. "Shadow Ridge Pack," Elena breathes, her perfect composure cracking for the first time. "Marcus Steele, he's come himself." Alexander's body goes rigid, muscles coiling with barely contained violence. When he turns toward the approaching howls, Maya sees something she's never witnessed before. True alpha power unleashing itself like a storm front moving in. His golden eyes blaze with inner fire, and when he speaks, his voice carries harmonics that make the ancient stones around them pulse with sympathetic energy. He dares to bring his pack onto sacred ground. Alexander snarls, and the words seem to shake the very foundations of reality. To threaten what is mine while the Luna blessing still burns in the air. "Marcus doesn't recognize sacred ground," Elena says grimly, already moving toward the mansion with supernatural speed. "He believes only in power and dominance. The old ways, the ancient laws, they're obstacles to be swept aside in his vision of a pure-blood supernatural world." Maya's stomach clenches as understanding hits her. "Pure blood? You mean no humans, no half-breeds, no Luna Guardians who might bridge the gap between our worlds?" Elena's voice carries bitter acknowledgement of old wounds. "Marcus leads the faction that believes supernatural beings should rule openly, with humans as cattle, and any who disagree as enemies to be eliminated." The howls grow closer, and now Maya can hear the sound of engines, multiple vehicles approaching through the forest with military precision. Through her connection to Alexander, she feels his pack responding to the threat, emerging from the shadows where they've been hidden to take defensive positions around Moonhaven. "How many?" Alexander asks Elena, his voice carrying the controlled calm of a predator calculating odds. 20, maybe 30 enforcers," Elena replies, checking her phone for messages that scroll past faster than human eyes could follow. "Plus, Marcus himself and his inner circle. They're not here to negotiate, brother." Maya watches Alexander's face transform as the tactical situation becomes clear. This isn't just a supernatural political dispute. It's a coordinated assault on his territory, his pack, his mate. The civilized billionaire CEO facade falls away completely, revealing something that belongs in Viking sagas and ancient battlefields. Maya, he says, turning to her with golden eyes that blaze like suns, I need you to listen very carefully. When the fighting starts, you stay in the stone circle. The sacred ground will protect you as long as you remain within the boundaries. Absolutely not. Maya replies immediately. I'm not hiding while you fight a battle that's happening because of me. This battle was inevitable, Elena interjects, still monitoring communications on her phone. Marcus has been building toward open conflict for decades. Your awakening simply provided him with the excuse he needed. The first Shadow Ridge wolves break through the tree line as a massive gray beast with scars crisscrossing his muzzle and eyes like chips of black ice. Even in wolf form, Maya can sense the malevolent intelligence behind those dark orbs, the cold calculation of a predator who kills for pleasure as much as purpose. Behind him come the others, wolves of every size and color, but all carrying the same aura of barely controlled violence. They move in perfect formation, surrounding Moonhaven with military precision that speaks of extensive training and absolute discipline. The lead wolf shifts, bones cracking and reshaping with sounds that make Maya's stomach turn. When the transformation completes, a man stands where the beast had been, tall, broad-shouldered, with silver hair and a face that might have been handsome if not for the cruel intelligence in those black eyes. Marcus Steele, Alexander says, stepping protectively in front of Maya. You're trespassing on protected land. Marcus's smile reveals teeth that remain slightly too sharp even in human form. Protected by whom, Cain? The council that grows tired of your defiance? The humans who would destroy us all if they knew we existed. His gaze shifts to Maya, and she feels something cold and predatory in his stare. Or perhaps by this little aberration you've brought into our world? Watch your tongue, Steele, Alexander warns, power crackling around him like visible lightning. You're speaking of my mate. Your mate? Marcus laughs, the sound like glass breaking in a cathedral. A human who's been playing with forces she doesn't understand for less than 24 hours? Tell me, Cain, does she even know what happened to your last human pet? Maya feels Alexander's pain spike through their bond, remembers Lydia's tragic end, and steps forward before she can think better of it. I know exactly what happened to Lydia, she says, silver fire beginning to dance around her fingers. And I know that you're making the mistake of assuming I'm as fragile as you think humans are. Marcus's black eyes narrow as he studies the power radiating from Maya's skin. Interesting. The little guardian has some bite after all. He signals to his pack, and they begin to close their circle around Moonhaven. But power without wisdom is just another form of weakness, and weakness in our world gets you killed. What do you want, Marcus? Elena asks, stepping into view with the kind of casual confidence that suggests she's not particularly concerned about being outnumbered 3-1. What I've always wanted, Marcus replies. A supernatural world that doesn't bow to human weakness. A return to the old ways, when we ruled through strength rather than hiding in shadows. His attention focuses on Maya with laser intensity. The human knows too much. She's seen our world, our politics, our vulnerabilities. Ancient law demands her memory be wiped, or that the security breach be permanently eliminated. Over my dead body, Alexander growls, and this time his voice carries enough alpha authority to make several of Marcus's wolves whimper involuntarily. "That can be arranged," Marcus says pleasantly. "Though I'd prefer not to waste a useful alpha, even one who's forgotten his place in the natural order." He looks around the sacred stone circle, his expression shifting to something like contempt. "End this farce, Cain. Give me the human, and your pack lives. Refuse, and I'll be forced to demonstrate what happens to those who harbor threats to our security." Maya feels rage building in her chest. Not the hot, chaotic fury of a moment, but the cold, controlled anger of someone who's been pushed too far by men who think they can decide her fate without consulting her. Power flows through her veins like molten silver, and when she speaks, her voice carries harmonics that make the standing stones around them pulse with sympathetic energy. "I have a name," she says, stepping out from behind Alexander's protective bulk. "It's Maya Chen. And Marcus? You're about to learn that some threats are worth being afraid of." Silver fire erupts around her like a solar flare, turning night to day and sending waves of power rippling outward through the forest. Trees sway as if in a hurricane wind, and several of Marcus's wolves are knocked backward by the sheer force of energy radiating from Maya's awakened abilities. Marcus's smile falters for the first time, black eyes widening as he reassesses the threat level Maya represents. "Impressive," he admits, "but untrained power is dangerous to everyone, including the wielder. How many innocents will you kill learning to control that fire, little guardian?" Before Maya can respond, her phone rings. The sound cuts through the supernatural tension like a knife, incongruously normal in a situation that's spiraling toward violence. Maya looks at the screen and feels her blood turn to ice. Unknown number. Her hands shake as she answers, though she already knows what she's going to hear. "Mommy?" Emma's voice, small and frightened and infinitely precious, flows through the speaker. Maya's world stops. The power radiating from her skin flickers and dies as every protective instinct she possesses focuses on that single terrified word. "Emma? Baby, where are you? Are you hurt?" "I'm scared, Mommy. The bad people took me from Mrs. Patterson's. There's a mean man here who says you have to..." The phone is yanked away from Emma, and a different voice comes on the line. Cold, professional, carrying the casual indifference of someone accustomed to using children as leverage. "Miss Chen," the voice says, "my name is Vincent Cross. I represent certain interests that have become concerned about your recent... Where is my daughter?" Maya's voice carries enough controlled fury to make the air around her shimmer with heat. "Safe, for the moment, unharmed, as long as certain conditions are met." The voice pauses, and Maya can hear Emma crying softly in the background. "Release the Luna Guardian and the child dies. It's quite simple, really." "You son of a bitch," Maya snarls, power exploding around her in waves that knock everyone except Alexander backward. "If you hurt her, if you so much as frighten her more than you already have, then you'll what?" Vincent's voice carries amusement that makes Maya's vision go red around the edges. "Burn down the world to save one human child? How very predictable." Alexander moves to Maya's side, his presence grounding her before the rage can consume her entirely. Through their bond, she feels his own fury, protective instincts that go beyond human understanding, the response of an alpha whose mate's offspring has been threatened. "What do you want?" Maya asks, though she already knows. "Surrender yourself to council custody within the hour," Vincent says. "Submit to power suppression and memory modification, and the child will be returned to her former guardian unharmed. Refuse," the pause is pregnant with threat. "Well, accidents happen, even to the most carefully guarded assets. Maya looks around the circle of supernatural beings, seeing her own horror reflected in their faces. Elena looks genuinely shaken for the first time, while Alexander's expression has shifted to something that belongs in nightmares and ancient legends. 1 hour, Vincent continues. The abandoned Steelclaw Industries plant, 15 miles northeast of your current location. Come alone, Miss Chen. Any attempt at rescue will result in immediate termination of the asset. The line goes dead, leaving Maya staring at her phone as her world crumbles around her. Maya, Alexander starts, but she cuts him off with a gesture. They have Emma, she says, and her voice sounds hollow even to her own ears. They're using my daughter as leverage to force me to surrender. Marcus's laugh is harsh as breaking glass. Well, it seems the council has finally learned to play the game properly. Tell me, Kane, how many of your pack are you willing to sacrifice for one human child? Alexander's roar shakes the mansion windows, raw alpha power unleashed without restraint. When he speaks, his voice carries harmonics that make reality itself seem to bend around his words. No one touches what's mine, he snarls, golden eyes blazing with fire that could melt steel. Emma is pack now, she's under my protection. Is she? Marcus asks, circling them like a shark scenting blood. Because it seems to me that she's in the custody of beings who care nothing for your protection. How exactly do you plan to retrieve her, Alpha? Storm a council facility with your handful of wolves against their trained enforcers. Maya feels the truth of Marcus's words like physical blows. The council, or whatever faction of it has taken Emma, chose their leverage carefully. A direct assault would likely result in Emma's death, along with most of Alexander's pack, but surrender means abandoning everything she's discovered about herself, everything she could become. There has to be another way, she whispers, but even as she says it, she knows how desperate it sounds. Elena shakes her head grimly. Vincent Cross is the council's specialist in leverage operations. He's been using loved ones to force compliance for over a century. His facilities are designed to be impregnable, his security measures calibrated to prevent exactly the kind of rescue you're considering. Then I go, Maya says simply. I surrender myself and trust that the council will keep their word about releasing Emma. No, Alexander says immediately. Absolutely not. The moment you're in their custody, they'll suppress your power permanently and modify your memories. You'll be returned to your human life with no recollection of any of this, and no ability to protect Emma if they decide she's too dangerous to leave free. Then what do you suggest? Maya demands, power crackling around her like visible desperation. Let them kill my daughter while we debate strategy? We negotiate? Elena says suddenly, her voice carrying new authority. I still have contacts within the council, still carry some influence. Perhaps I can arrange. One human child isn't worth pack war. Marcus interrupts and his words hit like physical blows. Even you must see that, Kane. The rational choice is to cut your losses, find another mate, and avoid decimating your pack for a human who was always going to be a liability. Maya watches Alexander's face as Marcus speaks, sees the conflict playing out behind his golden eyes. As much as he loves her, as much as he wants to protect Emma, he has responsibilities to his pack that go beyond personal desires. She's asking him to risk dozens of supernatural lives for one human child, her child, but human nonetheless. Has the Alpha forgotten his duty to his people? Maya hears one of Alexander's pack members whisper to another. The human has made him weak, comes the response. This is what happens when you let emotions override judgment. Maya realizes with growing horror that her presence isn't just threatening her own family, it's tearing apart the pack that saved her. Alexander's wolves are beginning to question his leadership, to wonder if his bond with a human guardian has compromised his ability to protect them. Standing in the center of the sacred stone circle, surrounded by supernatural beings debating her daughter's worth in terms of political expediency, Maya makes the hardest choice of her life. "I'll go alone," she announces, cutting through the arguments with voice that carries new authority. Not to surrender, to end this, Vincent Cross wants the Luna Guardian. He's about to learn exactly what that means. "Maya, no," Alexander starts, but she's already moving, silver fire dancing around her like armor made of starlight. "This isn't your choice to make," she tells him, and though her heart breaks at the pain in his golden eyes, she doesn't waver. "Emma is my daughter, my responsibility, and I'm done letting other people decide her fate." She looks around the circle of supernatural beings, seeing fear and doubt and calculation in their faces. "I'm not Isabel," she says, remembering Elena's earlier comparison to her great-great-grandmother. "I'm not going to burn down the world in a rage, not going to let innocent people die because I can't control my power." Her gaze settles on Marcus, whose black eyes gleam with satisfaction at what he clearly sees as Maya's capitulation. "But Marcus, if you think that makes me weak, you're about to learn exactly how wrong you are." Before anyone can stop her, Maya strides toward the mansion, power radiating from her skin in waves that make the air itself shimmer. She has 1 hour to reach the Steel Claw Industries plant, 1 hour to figure out how to save Emma without dooming everyone else she's come to care about. In the mansion's armory, because of course a werewolf alpha has an armory, Maya finds what Elena called the Luna Blade. It's beautiful and terrible, ancient steel that seems to drink in light and reflect it back as silver fire. The moment her fingers close around the hilt, power flows through her, like an electric current, and she knows with absolute certainty that this weapon was made for her hands. She leaves Moonhaven in the pre-dawn darkness, driving one of Alexander's cars toward a confrontation that will either save Emma or destroy them all. Behind her, she can hear the sounds of argument, of pack members questioning their alpha's judgment, of a supernatural family fracturing under pressures that should never have been brought to bear. But Maya doesn't look back. She can't afford to. Emma is waiting, frightened, and alone in the custody of beings who see her as nothing more than leverage. And Maya Chen, Luna Guardian, awakened power, mother whose child has been threatened, is coming to collect what's hers. The Luna Blade hums with silver fire on the seat beside her, responding to her emotional state like a living thing. As she drives toward the abandoned industrial complex where Vincent Cross waits with her daughter, Maya feels her power growing stronger with each mile. Not chaotic this time, not destructive, but focused with the laser precision of a mother's protective fury. Vincent Cross wanted the Luna Guardian? He's about to get her. And he's going to discover that some forces of nature are too dangerous to cage, too powerful to control, and too fierce to negotiate with. The abandoned Steel Claw Industries plant looms ahead in the pre-dawn darkness, a monument to industrial decay and supernatural arrogance. Maya parks outside the main gate, the Luna Blade singing with silver fire, as she lifts it from the passenger seat. "I'm coming, Emma," she whispers to the darkness. "Mommy's coming, and she's bringing fire." The blade blazes brighter, responding to her words, her fury, her absolute determination to reclaim what's been taken from her. As Maya approaches the industrial complex where her daughter waits, she feels the last of her human limitations burning away in silver flame. The Luna Guardian has awakened, and the supernatural world is about to learn exactly what that means. Chapter 6. The Steel Claw Industries plant rises from the Washington landscape like a monument to industrial decay, its skeletal framework silhouetted against the pre-dawn sky like the bones of some massive dead creature. Maya parks Alexander's car outside the chain-link fence, her hands trembling not with fear but with barely contained power. The Luna blade hums against her palm, silver fire dancing along its ancient edge in response to her emotional state. Through the growing bond with Alexander, she can feel his presence miles behind her, racing through the forest in wolf form, his pack streaming alongside him like shadows given deadly purpose. He's coming for her, for Emma, but Maya knows he won't arrive in time. This confrontation was always meant to be hers alone. The industrial complex sprawls before her like a concrete labyrinth, abandoned warehouses and rusted machinery, creating a maze of shadows where anything could be hiding. But Maya's newly awakened senses pierce through the darkness with supernatural clarity. She can smell Emma's familiar scent, baby shampoo and strawberry lip balm, and that indefinable sweetness that belongs only to children. Her daughter is here, somewhere in this monument to corporate greed and supernatural arrogance. Maya approaches the main warehouse, the Luna blade blazing brighter with each step. The massive sliding doors hang open like a mouth waiting to swallow her whole, but she doesn't hesitate. Power flows through her veins like molten silver, and she finally understands what it means to be a Luna Guardian. Not just magical ability, but the absolute certainty that some things are worth fighting for, worth dying for, worth burning down the world to protect. Emma, she calls, her voice carrying harmonics that make the steel framework of the building ring like a bell. Mommy's here, baby. Everything's going to be okay. A spotlight blazes to life, temporarily blinding her as figures emerge from the shadows. Council enforcers, she realizes, tall, elegant, moving with the predatory grace she's come to associate with supernatural elite. But these aren't like Elena or Alexander, beings who retain some connection to humanity despite their inhuman nature. These move like machines, like weapons programmed for a single purpose. Mrs. Chen, a cultured voice calls from behind the spotlight. How good of you to accept our invitation. Vincent Cross steps into view, and Maya's blood runs cold. He's not what she expected, not some supernatural monster with fangs and claws, but a perfectly ordinary-looking man in an expensive suit. Middle-aged, graying at the temples, with the kind of forgettable face that would blend into any boardroom or country club. But his eyes hold the cold indifference of someone who's spent decades using other people's love against them. "Where is my daughter?" Maya demands, silver fire beginning to dance around her body like armor made of starlight. "Safe," Vincent says, gesturing toward a raised platform where Emma sits in a chair that's clearly designed to contain someone much larger. Her daughter looks so small, so fragile, dwarfed by the restraints that were obviously built for supernatural prisoners. But Emma's eyes, those brave, beautiful eyes that trust Maya to fix everything, find hers across the warehouse, and Maya feels her heart shatter and rebuild itself in the same instant. "Mommy," Emma calls, struggling against the restraints. "I knew you'd come. I told them you were stronger than they think." Maya takes a step toward the platform, but Vincent raises his hand, and she sees the other enforcers tense. Each one carries weapons that gleam with unnatural light. technology designed specifically to neutralize supernatural abilities. Not so fast, Vincent says pleasantly. We had an agreement, Ms. Chen. You surrender yourself to council custody, submit to power suppression and memory modification, and the child goes free. Are you prepared to honor that agreement? Maya's grip tightens on the Luna blade, power surging through her body in waves that make the air itself shimmer. I'm prepared to honor the part where Emma goes free, she says. The rest of your terms are no longer on the table. Vincent's laugh is soft and utterly without warmth. I'm afraid you misunderstand your position, Miss Chen. You're outnumbered, outgunned, and facing opponents with centuries of experience in containing threats exactly like you. He signals to his enforcers, and they begin to close in around her. The awakened guardian is dangerous, yes, but she's also untrained, emotional, and predictably protective of her offspring, all of which makes her remarkably easy to manipulate. You think Emma makes me weak? Maya says, and silver fire erupts around her like a solar flare. You have no idea how wrong you are. The power that flows from Maya's body isn't chaotic this time, isn't the uncontrolled surge of someone discovering her abilities for the first time. This is focused, deliberate, shaped by a mother's protective fury into something that transcends mere supernatural ability. The Luna blade blazes in her hand like a fragment of captured starlight, and when she moves, it's with grace that speaks of ancestral memory, of knowledge passed down through bloodlines that predate recorded history. The first enforcer reaches her as silver fire meets steel in a clash that sends shockwaves through the warehouse. Maya moves like liquid violence, the blade singing through the air with precision that should be impossible for someone who's never held a weapon in combat. But Luna Guardians weren't meant to be helpless victims. They were warriors, protectors, bridges between worlds who stood ready to defend what they loved against any threat. The enforcer's weapon shatters against the Luna blade, fragments of metal raining down like deadly snow. Maya spins, silver fire trailing behind her in arcs of light, and drives her elbow into his solar plexus with enough force to send him flying backward into a concrete pillar. Impossible, Vincent breathes, his composure cracking for the first time. The readings indicated untrained ability, emotional instability. Your readings were wrong, Maya says, advancing on him with the Luna blade held ready. Around them, the remaining enforcers circle like sharks, but none of them seem eager to be the next to test themselves against silver fire and ancestral fury. You see what you expect to see, Vincent. A single mother, exhausted and desperate, easy to manipulate and control, but you never bothered to look deeper. She can feel Alexander getting closer, his presence burning like a beacon through their bond. Any moment now, he'll arrive with his pack, and this warehouse will become a battlefield that could claim Emma's life in the crossfire. Maya needs to end this now, before the situation spirals beyond her control. Let my daughter go, she commands, and her voice carries harmonics that make the steel framework of the building ring like a struck bell. Release her, and I'll consider letting you live long enough to report your failure to whoever sent you. Vincent's eyes narrow as he reassesses the threat Maya represents. The council will never accept a rogue guardian, he says, but there's uncertainty in his voice now. Your power makes you too dangerous to leave unchecked. Then maybe, Maya says, power building around her like a gathering storm. It's time for the council to learn that some things are more dangerous to cage than to leave free. She moves then, faster than human reflexes should allow, silver fire trailing behind her as she races toward the platform where Emma waits. The remaining enforcers try to intercept her, but they're fighting someone who has transcended the limitations of ordinary supernatural ability. Maya doesn't just wield Luna power, she embodies it, channels it, becomes something that exists at the intersection of love and fury, and protective instinct. The Luna blade carves through the restraints holding Emma like they're made of paper, and Maya's daughter tumbles into her arms with a sob of relief and joy. "I knew you'd come," Emma whispers against Maya's neck. "I told them my mommy was special, that she'd never let them hurt me." Maya holds her daughter close, feeling Emma's heartbeat against her chest, breathing in that familiar scent that means home and safety, and everything worth fighting for. Around them, silver fire continues to blaze, creating a protective barrier that pushes back the shadows and keeps the remaining threats at bay. "I'm here, baby," Maya murmurs, kissing the top of Emma's head. "Mommy's here, and no one's ever going to take you away from me again." That's when the warehouse doors explode inward in a shower of twisted metal and concrete dust. Alexander arrives like a force of nature, his massive black wolf form flowing through the gap he's torn in the building's wall. Behind him come the Moonhaven pack wolves, of every size and color, their eyes glowing with predatory fire as they spread out to surround the remaining council enforcers. But it's Alexander himself who commands attention, who makes even Vincent Cross step backward in involuntary fear. This isn't just an alpha wolf. This is something older, more primal, a true alpha whose mate and adopted daughter have been threatened. Power radiates from his form like heat from a forge, and when he looks at Vincent Cross, those golden eyes promise retribution that will echo through nightmares. The transformation begins immediately, bones cracking and reshaping as Alexander flows from wolf to human form without pause. When he stands naked among the ruins of the warehouse door, he looks like something carved from marble and fury, every muscle defined by centuries of supernatural strength, scars telling stories of battles fought and won. "Vincent Cross," Alexander says, and his voice carries enough alpha authority to make several of the enforcers drop to their knees involuntarily. "You made a mistake tonight. You threatened what's mine." Vincent's composure has completely shattered now, his carefully controlled expression replaced by barely contained panic. "Cain," he says, trying to project authority he no longer possesses. "This is council business. You have no jurisdiction." "I have the jurisdiction of a mate protecting his family," Alexander interrupts, moving toward them with predatory grace. "And Vincent, that's the only jurisdiction that matters." The battle that follows is swift and devastating. Alexander's pack moves with military precision, overwhelming the remaining enforcers, while Alexander himself focuses on Vincent Cross. Maya shields Emma's eyes as supernatural violence erupts around them, but through her growing bond with Alexander, she feels every moment of the confrontation, his rage, his protective fury, his absolute determination to eliminate any threat to their family. When the dust settles, Vincent Cross lies unconscious but alive, zip-tied with restraints that glow with supernatural binding energy. The other enforcers have either fled or been similarly incapacitated, their weapons scattered across the warehouse floor like broken toys. "Maya," Alexander says, approaching them carefully, his golden eyes scanning both mother and daughter for signs of injury. "Are you hurt? Is Emma?" "We're okay," Maya breathes, and suddenly the adrenaline that's been carrying her through the confrontation begins to ebb. The Luna blade slips from her grip, clattering to the concrete floor as exhaustion claims her. "We're okay." Alexander gathers them both into his arms, his warmth enveloping them like a shield against the world's cruelties. Maya feels safe for the first time since this nightmare began, held against his chest with Emma secure between them, surrounded by the pack that's claimed them as family. But as they prepare to leave the warehouse, Maya catches Emma looking up at Alexander with an expression that stops her heart. Wonder, not fear, not confusion, but pure, innocent wonder. "Are you the wolf from my dreams?" Emma asks, her small hand reaching up to touch Alexander's face with the fearless curiosity of childhood. Alexander goes very still, golden eyes meeting Emma's with infinite gentleness. "Would that frighten you?" he asks softly. Emma considers this with the gravity that only children can bring to important questions. "No," she says finally, smiling with the radiance that can make even the darkest situations feel hopeful. "You've been protecting us, haven't you? That's what the dreams told me." Maya feels tears burning behind her eyes as she watches this exchange, seeing her daughter accept the supernatural world with the adaptability that children possess in abundance. Emma isn't traumatized by what she's witnessed, she's enchanted, seeing Alexander not as a monster, but as the protector he's always been. "Yes," Alexander says simply, "I've been protecting you, both of you, and I always will." Emma nods as if this is the most natural thing in the world, then settles back against Maya's chest with a contented sigh. "Can we go home now? I'm tired." Home. The word resonates through Maya's exhausted mind, carrying implications she's not ready to examine. Where is home now? Her tiny studio apartment above Mr. Kim's grocery store? The council-sanctioned safe house that Vincent Cross would have provided? Or somewhere else entirely, somewhere with ancient stone circles and wolves who speak in harmonics that resonate in her bones? The drive back to Moonhaven passes in a blur of winding forest roads and growing dawnlight. Emma falls asleep in Maya's arms, her small body relaxed and trusting despite everything she's endured. Alexander drives with one hand on the wheel and the other resting on Maya's knee, the simple contact grounding her in the present moment rather than the swirling chaos of everything that's changed. "She's remarkable," Alexander says quietly, glancing in the rearview mirror at Emma's sleeping form. "Most human children would be traumatized by what she witnessed tonight. But she's always been special," Maya murmurs, stroking Emma's hair. "Even before I understood what that meant. She sees things, knows things she shouldn't know. I used to think it was just childhood imagination." "It's not imagination," Alexander says. "She carries Luna blood, Maya. Not as strongly as you do, but it's there. The gift manifests differently in each generation, but it's always there." They arrive at Moonhaven as the sun crests the horizon, painting the ancient forest in shades of gold and amber. The mansion looks different in daylight, less mystical, more like an actual home, where actual people might live actual lives. Maya finds herself imagining Emma, playing in the vast gardens, learning to control her emerging abilities under Alexander's patient guidance, growing up surrounded by people who understand what it means to be different. The fantasy is so vivid, so tempting, that it terrifies her. Alexander carries the still sleeping Emma inside, while Maya follows on unsteady legs. The events of the last few hours are catching up with her. The power expenditure, the emotional trauma, the fundamental shift in everything she thought she knew about reality. By the time they reach the mansion's guest wing, Maya is swaying on her feet. "You need rest," Alexander says, studying her with concern. "Both of you. The bedroom upstairs has been prepared." "I can't," Maya interrupts, suddenly overwhelmed by the magnitude of everything that's happened. "Alexander, I can't think clearly. I need to process this, all of this. Alexander's expression softens with understanding. There's a place, he says, somewhere Luna Guardians have always gone to heal, to find peace when the world becomes too much. Would you trust me to take you there? Maya looks into those golden eyes that have become the anchor point of her rapidly changing world, and nods. Alexander leads them through hidden passages within Moonhaven's walls, down stone steps that feel older than the mansion itself. The air grows warmer as they descend, carrying the scent of mineral water and something else, something that speaks to the newly awakened Luna power in Maya's blood. The passage opens into a natural cave system that takes Maya's breath away. Pools of steaming water create a network of natural hot springs, their surfaces reflecting light from crystals embedded in the cave walls. Ancient symbols glow softly on the stone, Luna markings that pulse in rhythm with Maya's heartbeat. This is where Luna Guardians came to heal. Alexander explains, his voice echoing softly in the sacred space. The springs carry properties that restore both body and spirit. Your ancestors used this place for centuries. Maya stares at the mystical sanctuary, feeling something deep in her soul respond to its ancient energies. It's beautiful, she whispers. Alexander helps her settle Emma on a pile of soft cushions near one of the pools, the little girl stirring only briefly before sinking back into exhausted sleep. Then he turns to Maya, golden eyes searching her face with careful attention. The water will help, he says softly. Soak away the trauma. Restore the energy you expended tonight. You're safe here, Maya, both of you. Maya nods, suddenly aware of how grimy and exhausted she feels. The events of the night have left her feeling like she's been through a supernatural war zone, which she realizes is exactly what happened. Alexander turns away to give her privacy as she undresses, slipping into the warm water with a sigh of relief that comes from her very soul. The springs are exactly the right temperature, and as the mineral-rich water closes over her shoulders, Maya feels tension she didn't even know she was carrying begin to dissolve. "Alexander," she says softly, and he turns back to face her, his golden eyes carefully focused on her face rather than the water that provides only modest concealment. "Yes, thank you," she says simply, "for coming for us, for fighting for us, for everything." Alexander moves closer, settling on the smooth stone at the pool's edge. "You don't need to thank me, Maya. Protecting you, protecting Emma, it's not a choice I made, it's what I am." They sit in comfortable silence for a while, the only sounds the gentle lapping of water against stone and Emma's soft breathing from her nest of cushions. Maya lets the springs work their healing magic, feeling the last of her adrenaline ebb away as her body finally begins to relax. "Tell me about your brother," she says eventually, the question emerging from some need to understand this complex man who's become the center of her rapidly changing world. Alexander's expression shifts, pain flickering across his features like shadows cast by firelight. "Daniel," he says softly, "he was everything I wasn't. Natural leader, beloved by the pack, destined from birth to be alpha. What happened to him?" Alexander is quiet for so long that Maya thinks he won't answer. When he finally speaks, his voice carries the weight of centuries-old grief. "I wasn't always pack alpha," he admits. "I was the second son, never meant to lead. Daniel was older, stronger, more charismatic. He had qualities that made wolves want to follow him into battle, made humans trust him despite his supernatural nature. Maya hears the pain in his voice, the self-doubt that lurks beneath his confident exterior. That doesn't sound like a bad thing. It wasn't, Alexander agrees, until it got him killed. Daniel believed in integration, in finding ways for supernatural beings to coexist openly with humans. He protected human families from rogue packs, helped establish the first council protocols for peaceful interaction. And the council didn't approve? Alexander's laugh is bitter as winter wind. The council blamed him for caring more about mortals than wolves. They said his policies made us vulnerable, that protecting humans weakened our position in the supernatural hierarchy. Maya feels her heart breaking for the man beside her, understanding now where his protective instincts come from. They killed him for protecting people. A rogue pack did the actual killing, Alexander clarifies. But the council refused to sanction the pack responsible, claimed Daniel brought his fate on himself by involving our people in human affairs. His hands clench into fists. I inherited leadership and a bitter lesson: love makes you weak. That's not true, Maya says immediately. Isn't it? Alexander meets her eyes, and she sees centuries of carefully controlled pain there. Look what's happened since I found you, Maya. My pack questions my judgment. My sister sides with the council against me, and I've brought war to sacred ground rather than let you face danger alone. Maya rises from the pool, water streaming from her body as she moves to sit beside him on the stone ledge. She's naked and vulnerable, but somehow that feels appropriate. This conversation requires complete honesty, complete trust. Love doesn't make you weak, she says, taking his face in her wet hands. Fear makes you weak, and you're the bravest person I've ever met. Alexander's breath catches as her words hit him, as she strips away the armor he's worn for centuries to reveal the wound beneath. I've been running my whole life, she continues, needing him to understand. Running from David's family, from my own abilities, from the feeling that I was meant for something more than serving coffee and cleaning offices. I felt different, alone, like I never belonged anywhere. Her thumb traces the line of his cheekbone, marveling at the way he leans into her touch, like a man starved for gentleness. With you, for the first time, I feel complete. Alexander's eyes close, his breath coming short and sharp as Maya's words wash over him. I've carried Daniel's death for 2 centuries, he whispers, convinced myself that caring too much, loving too deeply, was a luxury I couldn't afford, that protecting people always comes with a price too high to pay. Maya traces the scars on his chest. Old wounds that speak of battles fought and survived, of a warrior who spent lifetimes standing between danger and those he protects. We're both broken, aren't we? Alexander's eyes open, golden fire meeting her silver determination. You're not broken, he says fiercely. You're extraordinary. You're a mother who works 3 jobs to provide for her daughter, a woman who awakened ancient power in a single night, a Luna guardian who faced down council enforcers to protect what she loves. He cups her face in his hands, thumbs tracing her cheekbones with devastating gentleness. You're the tired mother who holds everything together through sheer determination, the fierce protector who would burn down the world for her child, the woman with silver fire in her soul who makes me remember what it feels like to hope. Maya's breath catches as he speaks, his words unlocking feelings she's kept buried for years. When he leans closer, she can feel the heat radiating from his skin, can sense the careful control he maintains over impulses that could overwhelm them both. Alexander, she breathes, and his name on her lips sounds like a prayer. They lean toward each other, breath mingling, hearts racing in synchronization that speaks of bonds deeper than mere attraction. Maya can feel power building between them, silver and gold energies preparing to merge in ways that will change them both forever. But just as their lips are about to meet, Maya pulls back. "What if I hurt you?" she whispers, fear cutting through desire like a knife. "What if I hurt Emma? This power, it's so strong, so unpredictable. What if I can't control it?" Alexander's hands remain on her face, steadying her as she struggles with fears that go deeper than mere supernatural ability. "Maya," he says softly, "look at me." She meets his golden eyes, seeing patience and understanding rather than the frustration she expects. "I see you," he continues, his voice carrying the weight of absolute truth. "All of you. The mother who's sacrificed everything for her daughter's well-being. The woman who's fought against impossible odds without ever giving up. The guardian who would rather face down an army than let innocent people suffer." His thumbs trace her cheekbones, wiping away tears she didn't realize were falling. "I would die before letting anyone harm you or Emma. Do you believe that?" Maya nods, unable to speak past the emotion clogging her throat. "Then trust me when I say that your power isn't something to fear." Alexander continues, "It's part of who you are, part of what makes you extraordinary, and together we'll learn to control it. Together we'll face whatever comes." Maya realizes with stunning clarity that she's falling in love with more than just the man. She's falling in love with the wolf who runs through moonlit forests, the alpha who commands loyalty through strength and compassion, the protector who would stand against the world to keep his family safe. Together, she agrees and seals the promise with a kiss that tastes like silver flame and feels like coming home to a place she's searched for her entire life. The kiss is gentle at first, tentative, but as their power begins to merge, it deepens into something that transcends the merely physical. Silver and gold energies swirl around them, creating light that dances across the cave walls like aurora made manifest. Maya feels their souls touching, recognizing each other, finding the perfect complement that makes them both more than they could ever be alone. When they finally break apart, both are breathing hard, power crackling between them like visible electricity. "Wow," Maya breathes, and Alexander's laugh is warm and genuine. "Indeed." He agrees, resting his forehead against hers. "The mating bond is intense. Is that what this is?" Maya asks, though she already knows the answer. The connection between them feels permanent now, unbreakable, like a fundamental force of nature. "The beginning of it," Alexander confirms. "The bond will deepen over time, become stronger with each shared experience, each moment of trust, each act of love." Maya thinks of Lydia, of the cautionary tale Elena shared about mating bonds that turned destructive. What makes this different? What makes us different from what happened before? "You," Alexander says simply. "Your strength, your compassion, your absolute refusal to let power corrupt the love you feel for the people who matter to you." He touches her face with infinite gentleness, and the fact that this time we're not facing the bond alone. Over the next 3 days, Moonhaven becomes a sanctuary where Maya and Emma begin to understand their new reality. Alexander proves himself to be a patient teacher, guiding Maya through exercises designed to help her control her Luna power, calling silver flame at will, sensing emotions across vast distances, creating protective barriers that could stop anything short of nuclear weapons. Emma watches these lessons with fascination, occasionally mimicking her mother's hand movements. When she does, Her drawings shimmer with faint light, revealing an artistic talent that goes beyond normal human ability. She has the gift too, Alexander confirms on the second day, watching Emma sketch wolves that seem to move across the paper. Not as strongly as you do, but it's definitely there. My daughter is Luna blessed? Maya asks, equal parts terrified and proud. Your daughter is remarkable, Alexander corrects gently, and with proper training, her abilities will be a gift rather than a burden. Maya watches Emma giggle as she makes her drawing wolves chase each other around the page and realizes that her daughter isn't traumatized by the supernatural world, she's enchanted by it. Emma sees Alexander not as a monster, but as the protector from her dreams, sees magic not as something frightening, but as an extension of the wonder that already fills her 5-year-old world. This is our heritage, Maya tells Emma one evening as they practice together in the stone circle. We're guardians, baby. We protect people who can't protect themselves. Emma nods solemnly, understanding in the way that children do when something resonates with their deepest nature. Like superheroes, she asks. Like superheroes, Maya agrees and feels something settle into place in her chest. Purpose, destiny, the understanding that some gifts come with responsibilities that are too important to run from. For 3 perfect days, they live like a family. Alexander cooks breakfast while Maya braids Emma's hair, their domestic routine feeling as natural as breathing. They read stories by the fire in the evening, Emma falling asleep between them, as they take turns making up adventures about brave princesses and noble wolves. Maya allows herself to dream of a different life, one where they're safe and together, where Emma grows up surrounded by people who understand what it means to be special, where love doesn't have to be sacrificed for survival. But the outside world doesn't stop existing just because Maya has found happiness. Phone calls interrupt their peace, Marcus gathering allies, other packs choosing sides in the coming war, the supernatural community watching and waiting to see what the awakened Luna Guardian will do next. We can't hide here forever, Elena warns during one of her visits, her expression grave as she updates them on the political situation. The Grand Council is demanding answers, and my influence can only protect you for so long. Maya knows Elena is right, but the thought of leaving this sanctuary, of exposing Emma to the dangers that lurk in the supernatural world, makes her feel sick with fear. Can I trust you with our lives? She asks Alexander one night as they stand on the mansion's balcony, watching Emma sleep in the bedroom beyond the French doors. With my life, he answers immediately, but Maya shakes her head. That's not what I'm asking, she says, struggling to articulate fears that go deeper than mere physical danger. Can I trust myself not to destroy everything I touch? This power, it feels wild, uncontrolled. What if I hurt Emma? What if I become like Lydia, seeing enemies everywhere, unable to distinguish between protection and destruction? Alexander turns to face her fully, his golden eyes serious in the moonlight. Maya, he says softly, you've already proven you're stronger than that. Tonight, when you faced down Vincent Cross, when you controlled your power with surgical precision to save Emma without hurting innocent people, that's not the behavior of someone destined for madness. Maya wants to believe him, but the fear remains. The Luna power feels hungry sometimes, like it wants more than I'm giving it, like it could consume everything if I let it. Alexander pulls her into his arms, his warmth grounding her in the present moment rather than imagined futures. Then we'll face that hunger together, he says firmly. We'll learn to feed the power in healthy ways, to channel it toward protection rather than destruction. He holds her as she cries, releasing fears and anxieties she's carried for too long. Through their growing bond, Maya feels his absolute certainty that they can make this work, that love can triumph over the darkness that has claimed so many before them. The message arrives the next morning, delivered by a council courier who leaves it on the mansion's front steps before disappearing back into the forest. Maya recognizes the seal immediately. The Grand Council, the highest supernatural authority in North America. Her hands shake as she breaks the wax seal and unfolds the parchment within. The message is brief, formal, and absolutely terrifying in its implications. Maya Santos Chen, descendant of the Luna Guardian bloodline, you are hereby summoned to appear before the Grand Council within 7 days to demonstrate your fitness to wield the powers you have inherited. Failure to appear will result in your classification as a rogue supernatural entity, authorizing any and all measures necessary for the protection of the supernatural community. Maya reads the message 3 times before the words fully penetrate. 7 days, 7 days to prepare for a trial that will determine not just her fate, but Emma's future as well. It's time to stop running, she says, handing the message to Alexander. His expression grows grimmer with each word he reads. Maya? He starts, but she cuts him off with a gesture. For Emma's sake, she continues, looking through the French doors at her daughter, who's drawing more wolf pictures while humming quietly to herself. I can't keep hiding from this. If I'm going to be a Luna Guardian, if Emma is going to grow up in the supernatural world, then we need to do this properly. Alexander folds the message, his jaw set with determination. Then we prepare for war, he says simply. Because Maya, the Grand Council doesn't summon people for friendly conversations. They summon them for trials by combat, for tests that are designed to eliminate threats rather than evaluate fitness. Maya nods, understanding the implications. In 7 days, she'll face the most powerful supernatural beings in North America. She'll have to prove that her power can be controlled, that her love for Emma and Alexander makes her stronger rather than weaker, that a Luna Guardian can exist in the modern world without destroying it. 7 days, she says, feeling destiny settling around her shoulders like a mantle made of starlight and responsibility. 7 days, Alexander agrees, taking her hand as they watch Emma draw pictures of the family she's dreamed of her entire short life. The Luna Guardian has awakened, now it's time to prove she deserves to remain awake. Chapter 7. The Rocky Mountain wilderness stretches endlessly before them, ancient peaks clawing at a sky that bleeds from sunset into the deep purple of approaching night. Maya stumbles through the snow-laden forest, Emma's small hand clutched desperately in hers, the child's questions echoing in her mind like shards of broken glass cutting through her shattered heart. When is Alex coming home? Home, the word tastes like ashes now, like everything else that felt real until 2 hours ago. There is no home. There never was, just carefully orchestrated manipulation, designed to awaken a power that men like Magnus Ironwood could either control or destroy. Maya's breath comes in harsh puffs of vapor as they climb higher into the mountains, following deer trails that disappear under fresh snowfall. Her power responds to her emotional state with terrifying intensity. Every step leaves footprints that glow with silver fire. Every exhale creates clouds of luminescent mist that hang in the air like accusations. The forest around them bends away from her rage, trees leaning back as if burned by proximity to her fury. Behind them, she can hear the pursuit, council enforcers moving through the wilderness with inhuman speed and precision, their howls echoing off stone walls in frequencies that speak of organized hunting. They're not far behind. Maybe an hour, maybe less. Maya's human stamina is no match for supernatural endurance, and carrying Emma is slowing her down further. But she can't leave her daughter, won't leave her daughter. Not when Emma is the only real thing left in a world that's revealed itself to be built on lies. "Mommy, I'm cold," Emma whispers, her small body shivering against Maya's side as they take shelter behind a fallen log. The 5-year-old's lips are turning blue despite the coat Maya wrapped around her, and her breath comes in shallow puffs that speak of exhaustion and hypothermia. Maya pulls Emma closer, silver fire dancing around them both in a desperate attempt to provide warmth. The power responds immediately, creating a barrier of heated air that pushes back the mountain cold, but Maya can feel the energy draining from her body like water through a broken dam. She's been using Luna abilities for less than a week. She has no idea how much power she possesses, how long she can maintain this protection, what happens when she reaches her limits. "I know, baby," Maya murmurs, pressing a kiss to the top of Emma's head. "I know you're cold. Mommy's going to figure this out, okay? We're going to be safe." The lies come easier now. Maya has become an expert at telling lies that sound like truth, at promising things she can't guarantee, at pretending strength she doesn't feel. Just like Alexander was an expert at pretending love he didn't feel, at orchestrating meetings that seemed like fate, at manipulating a desperate single mother into believing she'd found her fairy tale ending. The memory of the council chamber burns through her consciousness like acid. Magnus Ironwood's cold smile as he revealed the scope of Alexander's deception. Elena's testimony delivered with surgical precision, each word designed to cut deeper than the last. The security footage that showed Maya's power in its rawest form, uncontrolled and terrifying and exactly as dangerous as they claimed. But it was Alexander's face that destroyed her. Not guilt, not shame, not even regret, just desperate calculation as he tried to salvage a situation spinning beyond his control. The face of a man who'd been caught in a lie and was scrambling to minimize the damage. "Yes, I sought you out, but what I feel is real." Real, as if anything about their relationship could be real when it started with surveillance and stalking and manipulation, so thorough that Maya never suspected she was being hunted. As if love could exist between predator and prey, between someone with centuries of experience and someone too exhausted by survival to recognize the trap closing around her. Emma shifts in Maya's arms, her small face turning up with an expression of confused trust that breaks what's left of Maya's heart. "Mommy, why did we run away? Alex looked sad when we left." Maya closes her eyes, fighting back tears that threaten to freeze on her cheeks. How does she explain to a 5-year-old that the man they both came to love never existed? That the protector from Emma's dreams was really a hunter who'd been calling to them through supernatural bonds, drawing them into his web with the patience of something that had centuries to perfect its technique? "Alex lied to us, baby," Maya says finally, the words tasting like poison. "He pretended to be something he wasn't, and now we have to be very careful because there are people who want to hurt us." Emma considers this with the gravity that children bring to information that doesn't fit their understanding of the world. "But he saved us," she says slowly. "When the bad men took me, he came and he fought them, and he brought me back to you." The truth of Emma's words hits Maya like a physical blow. Alexander did save them. Multiple times. The train, the warehouse, the attack at Moonhaven. Every time they were in danger, he appeared like something from a fairy tale to sweep them to safety. But fairy tales, Maya has learned, are just another kind of lie. The prince doesn't save the princess out of love. He saves her because she's useful, because she represents something he wants to possess, because keeping her alive serves his purposes better than letting her die. The sound of engines in the distance cuts through Maya's spiraling thoughts. Council vehicles following their trail with mechanical precision. The enforcers will have thermal imaging, scent tracking, technology designed specifically to hunt rogue supernatural entities through terrain like this. Maya struggles to her feet, pulling Emma up with her. They need to keep moving, need to find better shelter, need to reach some kind of sanctuary before the pursuit catches up with them. But where can they go? The supernatural world has made its position clear. Maya is too dangerous to live free, too powerful to leave uncontrolled. And the human world. Maya thinks of Mrs. Patterson, probably worried sick about Emma's disappearance. Thinks of the studio apartment above Mr. Kim's grocery store, the life of exhaustion and desperation that feels like paradise compared to being hunted through mountain wilderness by beings that view her as a threat to be eliminated. But there's no going back, not now. The Luna power burns in her blood like a fever that will never break, and even if she could somehow suppress it, even if she could return to her human life, the council would never stop watching. They've seen what she can become when threatened, and that knowledge changes everything. We have to keep walking, Maya tells Emma, scooping her daughter up despite her own exhaustion. Just a little further, and then we'll find somewhere warm to rest. Another lie. Maya has no idea where they're going, no plan beyond putting distance between themselves and the council forces that want them dead or captured. The mountain wilderness stretches in every direction, beautiful and deadly and utterly indifferent to the desperate mother and child struggling through its depths. They climb higher, following a ridge that offers some protection from the wind, but leaves them exposed against the skyline. Maya's power continues to respond to her emotional state, creating a trail of silver fire that's probably visible for miles. She tries to suppress it, tries to pull the energy back into herself, but it resists her control like a living thing with its own agenda. The Luna blade weighs heavy against her back, the ancient weapon responding to her distress with harmonics that seem to sing of old battles and older betrayals. Maya can feel its hunger, not for violence exactly, but for justice, for the settling of accounts, for the kind of reckoning that comes when someone pushes a Luna guardian too far. "You used me," she whispers to the wind. The words meant for Alexander even though he's miles away. "You used my daughter." Silver fire erupts around her in response to the memory, and Emma makes a small sound of wonder rather than fear. The 5-year-old reaches out to touch the dancing flames, her tiny fingers trailing light like sparklers on the 4th of July. "It's pretty, Mommy," Emma says, "like the pictures I draw." Maya stares at her daughter, seeing the faint silver glow that clings to Emma's skin where she touches the fire. The Luna bloodline runs strong in this child, stronger than Maya realized, stronger than anyone suspected. Emma isn't just inheriting diluted abilities passed down through generations, she's manifesting power that could rival Maya's own. The thought terrifies Maya more than the pursuit, more than the council's verdict, more than the prospect of spending the rest of their lives as fugitives. Emma is 5 years old. She should be learning to tie her shoes and ride a bicycle, not controlling supernatural forces that could reshape reality. But there's no normal life waiting for them. Not anymore. The moment Maya's power awakened, the moment Alexander's manipulation was revealed, the moment the Grand Council declared them enemies of the supernatural state, their old life became impossible. Now there are only 2 choices: submit to control that will strip away everything that makes them themselves, or fight for the right to exist as they are. Maya thinks of Isabella Santos, her great-great-grandmother, who chose to burn rather than surrender, the woman who destroyed half of Mexico City rather than let the council cage her power. History remembers Isabella as a cautionary tale, but standing here in the mountain cold with her daughter glowing silver against the darkness, Maya wonders if history got it wrong. Maybe Isabella wasn't a monster. Maybe she was just a woman pushed too far by people who thought they had the right to decide her fate. The engines are getting closer. Maya can see lights moving through the forest below them, search beams cutting through the darkness with military precision. The council enforcers are methodical, thorough, and completely without mercy when it comes to containing threats to their carefully ordered world. But they're also about to learn something that Magnus Ironwood and his ancient prejudices don't understand. There's a difference between a Luna Guardian who's been broken by the world and one who's been awakened to her own power by betrayal and rage. Maya sets Emma down on a flat outcropping of stone, silver fire dancing around them both like protective armor. The child watches with fascination as her mother begins to glow brighter, power building towards something that will either save them or destroy everything within a 50-mile radius. Emma, Maya says, her voice carrying harmonics that make the stone beneath them resonate like a struck bell. I need you to listen very carefully. Mommy is going to do something that might be scary, but I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Emma nods solemnly, her small hand finding Maya's with perfect trust. I trust you, Mommy. You're the strongest person in the world. Strongest person in the world. Maya almost laughs at the irony. She spent her entire adult life feeling weak, feeling helpless, feeling like a victim of circumstances beyond her control. But maybe strength isn't about never being hurt. Maybe strength is about what you do when the world shows you its true face, when the people you trusted reveal themselves as predators, when you're given the choice between submission and war. Maya chooses war. Silver fire erupts from her body like a solar flare, shooting upward into the night sky in a column of pure energy that can probably be seen from space. The power doesn't feel wild this time, doesn't feel chaotic or uncontrolled. It feels focused, deliberate, shaped by will that's been forged in the furnace of betrayal and tempered by a mother's protective fury. The searchlights below falter as the night turns to silver day. Maya can hear shouting, engines revving, the sound of supernatural beings realizing they're no longer hunting prey, but facing a predator who's tired of running. Come and get me, Maya whispers, and her words carry on the mountain wind with the force of a challenge thrown down to the universe itself. But even as power flows through her like molten starlight, even as she prepares to face down council enforcers who've spent centuries perfecting the art of killing Luna Guardians, a part of Maya's heart remains focused on a smaller truth. Alexander's face when she'd run from the council chamber. Not triumph, not relief at being free of an inconvenient attachment, but devastation. Pure, raw devastation that suggested his feelings might have been more real than his methods. Emma's voice, small and confused and trusting. When is Alex coming home? The child still believes in the fairy tale, still sees Alexander as the protector from her dreams rather than the predator who'd manipulated their lives with surgical precision. And maybe Emma sees something Maya's pain won't let her acknowledge. The sound of vehicles stopping echoes through the forest, car doors slamming, the mechanical precision of council enforcers preparing for a confrontation they expect to be brief and decisive. They've hunted Luna Guardians before, after all. They know how these stories end. Maya stands on the stone outcropping with silver fire dancing around her like the fury of angels, Emma's small hand in hers, the Luna blade singing with anticipation across her back. Below them, the forest fills with the shadows of beings who've come to capture or kill them. But for the first time since this nightmare began, Maya doesn't feel like a victim. She feels like exactly what she is, a woman with nothing left to lose, and power that could reshape the world if unleashed without restraint. The council enforcers emerge from the tree line like ghosts given substance, their forms moving with predatory grace through shadows that seem to bend around them. Maya counts at least 20 figures, probably more hidden in the darkness beyond her enhanced vision. They spread out in a perfect circle, surrounding the outcropping with military precision that speaks of extensive training in hunting, exactly this kind of target. Maya Santos Chen, a voice calls from the darkness, cultured and calm and utterly without warmth. By order of the Grand Council, you are commanded to surrender yourself and the child for processing. Processing, such a clinical term for whatever fate Magnus Ironwood has planned for them. Memory suppression, power binding, possibly execution if they're deemed too dangerous to reprogram. The systematic destruction of everything that makes them who they are, wrapped in bureaucratic language that makes genocide sound like paperwork. No, Maya says, and though she doesn't raise her voice, the word carries across the mountain with enough authority to make several enforcers step backward. You are in violation of supernatural law, the voice continues, and Maya can see the speaker now, a tall figure in dark clothing that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. Surrender now, and the child will be treated with appropriate consideration for her age and circumstances. Maya's laugh is sharp as breaking glass. Appropriate consideration? You mean you'll wipe her memories and place her with a council-approved family, making sure she never knows who she really is or what she's capable of. The child will be given a normal life, the enforcer replies, free from the burden of abilities she cannot control, free from the dangers that come with unlawful power. Free from choice, Maya corrects. Free from the right to decide her own fate. Silver fire flares brighter around her, responding to her growing fury. You want to turn my daughter into a walking amnesia case, and you expect me to thank you for the privilege. The enforcers tense as Maya's power continues to build, their own abilities responding to the threat she represents. Maya can sense them now, werewolves, vampires, fae, beings of power who've spent decades learning to hunt others like themselves. They're strong, experienced, and absolutely committed to the Council's vision of supernatural order. But they've never faced a Luna Guardian who's been pushed past the point of caring about consequences. Last warning, the lead enforcer calls, surrender, or face the consequences of your defiance. Maya looks down at Emma, who stands beside her with absolute trust, despite everything that's happened. The 5-year-old isn't afraid of the enforcers, isn't afraid of her mother's blazing power, isn't afraid of anything except the possibility of being separated from the person she loves most in the world. What do you think, baby? Maya asks softly. Should we let the bad people tell us what we can and can't be? Emma considers this with the seriousness that children bring to questions that adults have overcomplicated. No, she says finally, we should tell them to go away and leave us alone. Good answer, Maya says, and kisses the top of her daughter's head. Then she looks up at the enforcers surrounding them, silver fire dancing around her like the wrath of angels made manifest. You heard her. Maya calls to the darkness, go away and leave us alone. The attack comes from all directions at once. Council enforcers move like liquid shadow, flowing up the rocky slopes with inhuman speed and coordination. They carry weapons that gleam with unnatural light, technology designed specifically to neutralize supernatural abilities, to bind and contain powers that normal restraints can't hold. But Maya isn't a normal supernatural being, and the power flowing through her veins isn't something that can be easily contained. Silver fire erupts from her body in a perfect sphere, creating a barrier that stops the first wave of attackers like they've hit a wall of solidified starlight. The enforcers who make contact with the barrier scream as Luna energy burns through their defenses, sending them tumbling back down the slope, with smoke rising from their clothing. "Impossible," one of them gasps. The readings indicated untrained power, emotional instability. "Your readings were wrong," Maya says, stepping forward with the Luna blade now in her hand. The ancient weapon blazes with silver fire, its edge cutting through the air with harmonics that speak of battles fought in ages when the world was younger, and magic flowed like water. She moves then, faster than human reflexes should allow, the blade carving through the darkness with precision that should be impossible for someone who's never trained with a weapon. But Luna Guardians weren't meant to be helpless victims. They were warriors, protectors, bridges between worlds, who stood ready to defend what they loved against any threat. The first enforcer to reach her discovers this truth in the moment before the Luna blade removes his head from his shoulders. The battle that follows is swift and devastating. Maya moves through the attacking enforcers like a force of nature, silver fire trailing behind her in arcs of light that burn through their defenses as if they were made of paper. The blade sings as it cuts through supernatural flesh, each strike guided by ancestral memory that flows through her consciousness like inherited instinct. But there are too many of them, and they're not giving up easily. For every enforcer Maya cuts down, two more emerge from the shadows. They adapt quickly to her fighting style, begin working in coordinated groups that force her to divide her attention between multiple threats. That's when Emma screams. The sound cuts through the chaos of battle like a knife through silk, and Maya spins to see her daughter surrounded by three enforcers who've broken through her defenses. They're not trying to hurt Emma. Their orders are clearly to capture, not kill, but the 5-year-old is terrified, silver tears streaming down her cheeks as she calls for her mother. Maya's world goes white with rage. Power explodes from her body like a nuclear detonation, silver fire erupting outward in a wave that levels everything within a 100-yard radius. Trees are uprooted, stone is cracked, and every council enforcer within the blast radius is thrown backward with enough force to break bones. When the light fades, Maya stands at the center of a perfect circle of devastation. Emma clutched protectively against her chest. The child is unharmed. The Luna power has learned to shield what Maya loves while destroying everything else, but her small body shakes with the aftermath of terror. "It's okay, baby," Maya murmurs, silver fire still dancing around them both. "Mommy's got you. Mommy's got you. And no one's ever going to take you away from me again." The surviving enforcers pick themselves up from the rubble of Maya's power surge, their expressions shifting from confidence to genuine fear. They've never seen a Luna Guardian unleash this level of controlled devastation, never faced someone who could channel raw fury into surgical precision. "Retreat," their leader gasps, struggling to stand despite what are clearly broken ribs. "Fall back and call for reinforcements. We need heavy containment protocols." As the enforcers withdraw into the forest, Maya remains standing in the center of her self-created crater, holding Emma close and feeling power that could level mountains flowing through her veins like molten silver. She's crossed a line tonight, used Luna abilities to kill rather than protect, and she doesn't feel even a moment of regret. They threatened Emma, they tried to take her daughter away, and Maya would burn down the world before she let that happen. But as the immediate danger passes, as adrenaline begins to ebb and exhaustion starts to claim her, Maya realizes that their situation has become exponentially worse. The council now has proof that she's exactly as dangerous as they claimed, exactly as uncontrollable as their records suggested. There will be no negotiations now, no possibility of peaceful resolution. She's become everything they said she was, a rogue Luna Guardian whose power poses a threat to the supernatural world's carefully maintained order. And somewhere in the darkness behind them, Alexander is probably following their trail with his pack, torn between his loyalty to the council and whatever feelings he might actually have for her. Maya doesn't know which possibility terrifies her more, that he's coming to capture them for Magnus Ironwood, or that he's coming to save them for reasons she can no longer trust. "Mommy," Emma whispers against her shoulder, "are we going to be okay?" Maya looks out at the forest that surrounds them, at the mountains that stretch endlessly in every direction, at a world that's suddenly become much larger and more dangerous than she ever imagined. Somewhere out there, the council is regrouping, planning their next move, preparing weapons designed specifically to contain or kill Luna Guardians who refuse to submit. But Maya also feels the power flowing through her veins, the strength that comes from accepting what she truly is, the absolute certainty that she'll do whatever it takes to protect the child in her arms. "Yes, baby," she says, and for the first time since this nightmare began, the words don't feel like a lie. "We're going to be okay." Because Mommy remembers what she is now. And there are some things in this world that are too dangerous to cage. Emma nods against her shoulder, trusting in the way that only children can trust, and Maya begins walking deeper into the mountain wilderness. Behind them, the crater still glows with residual silver fire, a message written in destruction that the supernatural world will have no trouble reading. The Luna Guardian has awakened. She remembers her heritage, her power, her purpose, and she's done being anyone's victim. The hunt is about to become a war. Chapter 8. The mountain air shimmers with residual power as Maya stands in the crater she's created, silver fire still dancing around her like a crown made of starlight and fury. The council enforcers have retreated into the darkness, carrying their wounded and their fear back to whatever masters sent them. But Maya knows this respite is temporary, a brief pause before the storm that will surely follow. Emma clings to her mother's leg, small fingers twisted in the fabric of Maya's torn clothing, her 5-year-old mind struggling to process the violence she's witnessed. The child's power still glows beneath her skin like banked embers, and Maya can feel the potential there, raw, untrained, dangerous, in ways that even she doesn't fully understand. "Mommy," Emma whispers, her voice barely audible above the wind that carries the scent of ozone and burned earth. "Are the bad people coming back?" Maya kneels beside her daughter, gathering the small form into her arms with hands that still tremble from the power expenditure. "I don't know, baby," she admits, because lies have cost them too much already. "But if they do, Mommy will be ready for them." The truth settles around them like a weight. They are fugitives now, enemies of the supernatural state, hunted by beings with centuries of experience in tracking and eliminating threats. But Maya feels something she's never experienced before, the absolute certainty that she has the power to protect what matters most to her. The sound of approaching footsteps makes Maya's head snap up, silver fire immediately blazing brighter around them both. But the figure that emerges from the tree line isn't another council enforcer. It's Marcus Steele. The Shadow Ridge pack leader moves slowly, his hands visible and empty, his usual predatory grace replaced by something that looks almost like reverence. Behind him, Maya can sense other presences, members of his pack, but they remain hidden in the shadows, offering no threat. Luna Guardian, Marcus says, and his voice carries a respect that's completely at odds with their previous encounters. I come seeking audience. Maya rises to her feet, keeping Emma behind her, the Luna blade materializing in her hand with a thought. The last time we met, you wanted me dead. Forgive me if I'm not inclined to trust your sudden change of heart. Marcus's smile is sharp as winter wind, but there's something different in his black eyes now. Not the cold calculation she remembers, but something that might be hope. The last time we met, I believed the Council's lies, he admits. I thought Luna Guardians were dangerous anomalies that needed to be contained or eliminated. I was wrong. He gestures toward the crater around them, at the evidence of Maya's power written in melted stone and uprooted trees. This changes everything. The Council has been lying to us for centuries, Maya, about the Guardians, about their purpose, about what they really want with your bloodline. Maya's grip tightens on the blade, power crackling along its edge. What are you talking about? The Council isn't trying to protect the supernatural world from Luna Guardians, Marcus says, his voice carrying the weight of terrible revelation. They're trying to harvest your power. The Grand Council, the High Alphas, Magnus Ironwood himself, they're not what they appear to be. The words hit Maya like physical blows, but even as her mind rejects them, pieces begin clicking into place. The way Magnus's presence made her power recoil. The ancient technology in the council chambers that seemed designed not just to contain, but to channel energy. The systematic execution of Luna Guardians throughout history, always justified as necessary for the greater good. Power feeders, Marcus continues, and the term makes Maya's blood run cold. Ancient beings who sustained themselves by absorbing supernatural abilities. Every Luna Guardian they've executed, every bloodline they've declared extinct, it wasn't protection, it was feeding time. Maya thinks of her great-great-grandmother Isabella, of the stories about her madness and destructive rampage. Isabella Santos fought back when she realized what they were. Marcus confirms. The destruction in Mexico City wasn't uncontrolled rage, it was a last-ditch attempt to prevent them from draining her power and using it to strengthen their own authority. The implications crash over Maya like a tide of horror and understanding. Every Luna Guardian in history, manipulated and hunted and ultimately consumed by beings that wore the mask of supernatural governance while feeding on the very power they claimed to protect the world from. Why are you telling me this? Maya demands. What do you gain from betraying the council? Marcus's expression shifts, revealing something that looks almost like shame. Because I've been their tool for too long. My pack, dozens of other packs, we've spent decades hunting our own kind because we believed their propaganda about rogue elements and necessary sacrifices. He looks at Emma, who peers around Maya's legs with curious eyes. But that child, she's not just Luna-blessed, is she? Maya's protective instincts flare, silver fire blazing higher around them both. Stay away from my daughter. I'm not here to hurt her, Marcus says quickly, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. But Maya, you need to understand what she represents. A child born of Luna guardian blood, conceived with a primordial, she's the first of her kind. Primordial Luna, the council's worst nightmare and their greatest prize. Emma steps out from behind Maya, her small chin lifted with the fearless curiosity that only children possess. "What's Primordial Luna?" she asks, and when she speaks, silver light dances around her words like visible magic. Marcus stares at the child with something approaching awe. "You are, little one. You're something new, something that could unite all supernatural beings under Luna power. The bridge between worlds that your ancestors were meant to be, but with strength that even the power feeders can't contain." Maya feels the weight of destiny settling around her daughter like a mantle made of starlight and responsibility. Emma isn't just inheriting diluted abilities. She's manifesting something unprecedented, something that could reshape the supernatural world entirely. "That's why they really want you dead," Marcus continues, his attention returning to Maya. "Not because you're dangerous, but because Emma represents the end of their power structure. A primordial Luna can't be controlled, can't be drained, can't be turned into another source of stolen strength." The sound of engines in the distance cuts through their conversation, more vehicles approaching through the forest, moving with the mechanical precision that speaks of council reinforcements. But there's something else too. A howl that carries harmonics Maya recognizes despite the pain it causes her heart. "Alexander." Marcus hears it too, his expression shifting to something grim. "He's coming, your primordial mate, breaking free from whatever restraints the council used to hold him." "He's not my mate," Maya says automatically, but the words taste like lies even as she speaks them. The bond between them hasn't weakened, despite his betrayal. If anything, it's grown stronger, pulling at her consciousness like a tide that won't be denied. "Isn't he?" Marcus asks, studying her face with predatory intensity. "The primordial Luna bond isn't something that can be faked, Maya. I've seen Alexander with other women over the centuries, political alliances, temporary attractions, necessary connections for pack business. But what he feels for you," Marcus shakes his head, "that's not performance, that's recognition." Maya wants to argue, wants to cling to her righteous anger and justified betrayal, but Emma tugs on her sleeve with insistent small hands. "Mommy, Alex is hurt," the little girl says, her voice carrying certainty that no 5-year-old should possess. "He's bleeding and scared and calling for us. Can't you feel it?" And Maya can feel it, despite every wall she's tried to build around her heart. Through the bond that formed when they first touched, through the connection that deepened with every shared moment at Moonhaven, she can sense Alexander's approach. Pain, desperation, protective fury that burns like wildfire through his consciousness. He's not coming as the council's hunter. He's coming as a primordial whose mate and adopted child are in danger. The vehicles burst through the tree line in a shower of shattered branches and displaced earth, but they're not the sleek council transports Maya expected. These are different, rougher, more utilitarian, bearing the scars of recent combat. The figures that emerge move with familiar predatory grace, and Maya recognizes several members of Alexander's pack despite the blood and damage they've sustained. Alexander himself emerges last, and Maya's breath catches at the sight of him. His expensive clothes are torn and bloody. Deep claw marks score his chest and arms, and his golden eyes burn with something that transcends mere supernatural ability. When he sees Maya and Emma standing in the crater, alive and unharmed, his knees nearly buckle with relief. "Maya," he breathes, and her name on his lips sounds like a prayer of thanksgiving. "Please, let me explain." Maya's grip tightens on the Luna blade, power crackling along its edge, as every painful memory from the council chamber crashes over her. Explain what, Alexander? How you hunted Luna Guardians for centuries? How you manipulated me into awakening my power so the council could drain it? How everything between us was just another job? Alexander moves closer, his pack spreading out behind him, but maintaining a respectful distance. I was their hunter, he admits, and the words seem to cost him physical pain. For 200 years, I tracked Luna bloodlines across continents, found the awakening guardians before they could become threats to the established order. Emma breaks free from Maya's protective grasp, running toward Alexander with the fearless trust that only children possess. Alex, she cries, launching herself into his arms despite Maya's sharp cry of warning. Alexander catches the little girl automatically, his massive frame gentling as he holds her against his chest. "Hello, little star," he murmurs, and Maya can see tears tracking through the blood on his cheeks. "I'm so sorry you had to see all that ugliness back there. Are you hurt? Did anyone hurt you?" "I'm okay," Emma says, patting Alexander's face with small hands that glow with silver light. "But you're hurt, and sad, and scared." She leans back to study his expression with the gravity that children bring to important observations. "You love us, don't you? Really love us, not pretend love." Alexander's breath catches, golden eyes meeting Emma's with naked vulnerability. "Yes," he says simply. "I love you both more than my own life, more than my pack, more than my duties, more than anything else in this world or any other." Maya feels her carefully constructed walls beginning to crack, but she forces herself to remain strong. "Love built on lies isn't love at all," she says, though the words taste like poison. "You manipulated us from the beginning, Alexander. Everything we shared was tainted by deception." "The methods were manipulation," Alexander admits, setting Emma gently on the ground but keeping one protective hand on her shoulder. "But Maya, I need you to understand. The moment I saw you, everything changed. I was their hunter, yes, but the moment I saw you struggling on that train, exhausted and beautiful, and stronger than you knew, I stopped being their tool and became something else entirely." Marcus steps forward, his expression grim. "Tell her the rest, Cain. Tell her what you really are, why the council kept you as their hunter for so long." Alexander's jaw clenches, pain flickering across his features. "I'm Primordial," he says, meeting Maya's eyes with devastating honesty. "First-generation werewolf, born when the veil between worlds was thin and magic flowed like water. I've been alive for over 2 centuries, and in all that time, I've tracked 12 Luna Guardians for the Council." The number hits Maya like a physical blow. 12. 12 women like her, 12 potential lovers and partners and mates, delivered to Magnus Ironwood and his power feeders to be drained and destroyed. "Every other guardian, I felt duty," Alexander continues, his voice breaking with old grief. "Obligation to the supernatural order, responsibility to prevent the kind of destruction that Isabella caused. But with you," he takes a step closer, golden eyes blazing with emotion that feels too raw to be performed. "With you, I felt love, recognition, the absolute certainty that I'd found the other half of my soul." Maya wants to believe him, wants to let his words wash away the pain and betrayal that's been eating at her heart. But 12 other women trusted him too, and they're all dead now. "How do I know I'm different?" she asks, hating the vulnerability in her own voice. "How do I know I'm not just number 13 in a line of victims?" Alexander's expression crumbles, revealing the depth of pain he's been carrying. "Because I fought them," he says simply. When Magnus ordered me to bring you to the council chambers, I refused. When they threatened to take you by force, I broke my oath of loyalty and chose you over everything I'd been for 2 centuries. Marcus nods, confirming Alexander's words. He came to me 3 nights ago, beaten half to death by council enforcers who tried to restrain him, begged my pack to help him protect you and the child, offered to renounce his alpha status if we'd stand with him against the council. I chose you, Maya, Alexander says, each word carrying the weight of absolute truth. Not for the council, not for power, not for duty. I chose you because you're my mate, my heart, my reason for living, and I'll spend the rest of my immortal life proving that to you, if you'll let me. Emma tugs on Maya's sleeve again, her small voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Mommy, the bad people are coming back. I can feel them getting closer. Maya extends her supernatural senses, feeling the approaching threat like pressure against her consciousness. More council forces, moving through the forest with military precision. Magnus himself is among them, his power-feeder nature, radiating hunger and ancient malevolence across the supernatural spectrum. How many? Alexander asks, his alpha instincts immediately focused on the tactical situation. Too many, Maya replies, counting the approaching vehicles through her enhanced awareness. And they're not coming to capture us this time. They're coming to finish this. The lead vehicles burst through the tree line with engines roaring, their occupants emerging like something from a supernatural war zone. Council enforcers, high alphas from across the continent, beings of power who've spent centuries believing that might makes right, but at their head walks Magnus Ironwood himself, and Maya's Luna power recoils from his presence like light fleeing from absolute darkness. Maya Santos Chen, Magnus calls across the crater, his voice carrying harmonics that make the air itself seem to shiver. You've caused quite enough trouble for one evening. It's time to end this farce. Maya steps forward, silver fire blazing around her like armor made of starlight. The only farce here is your pretense of supernatural governance, Magnus. How long have you and your power feeders been masquerading as protectors while you fed on the very people you claim to serve? Magnus's smile is cold as Arctic wind. Clever girl, did steel enlighten you? Fill your head with conspiracy theories and righteous indignation? He spreads his arms, encompassing the army he's brought. Look around you, child. See the reality of power. You are one woman with a useful bloodline and an untrained gift. I am the culmination of centuries of absorbed strength, the embodiment of every Luna Guardian who came before you. Power radiates from Magnus like heat from a forge, and Maya realizes with growing horror that Marcus was right. This isn't just an ancient alpha. This is something that's fed on Luna power for generations, growing stronger with each guardian he's consumed. Every Luna Guardian in history has brought death and devastation. Magnus continues, his voice carrying the authority of absolute certainty. Your great-great-grandmother burned half of Mexico City. Maria Santos destroyed 3 packs before we contained her. Lydia Morrison killed 47 innocents in her berserker rage. You are not special, Maya. You are simply the latest in a line of weapons too dangerous to leave unsheathed. They fought back, Maya realizes, understanding flooding through her consciousness. Every guardian you claim went mad. They were fighting against you, against being turned into another source of stolen power. Magnus's expression shifts, revealing something predatory and ancient beneath his civilized veneer. And they all failed, just as you will fail. The only question is whether you'll submit gracefully or force me to take what I need from your corpse. Alexander moves to Maya's side, his massive frame radiating protective fury. "You'll have to go through me first, Magnus, and I'm not the compliant hunter you remember." "Yes," Magnus muses, studying Alexander with calculating eyes. "The primordial who forgot his place, who chose a human over his sacred duties. How disappointing, but perhaps useful. Primordial power combined with Luna energy creates such interesting resonances when properly channeled." The implication hits Maya like a physical blow. Magnus doesn't just want to drain her power, he wants to use their bond to absorb Alexander's strength as well, turn their love into another source of stolen energy. "You're insane," Maya breathes. "I'm evolved," Magnus corrects. "Power doesn't recognize sentiment, child. It flows to those strong enough to claim it, wise enough to use it, ruthless enough to do what's necessary for the greater good." Emma steps out from behind Maya, her small chin lifted with defiance that should be impossible in someone so young. "You're not the greater good," she says, and when she speaks, silver light blazes around her words. "You're just a bully who steals things that don't belong to him." Magnus stares at the child, and for the first time, Maya sees something like fear flicker in his ancient eyes. "Primordial Luna," he breathes, "the first of your kind. Oh, my dear child, you have no idea what you represent." "I represent what you can't control," Emma says with the absolute confidence that only children possess. "I represent what you can't steal, and I represent why you're going to lose." Power erupts from the 5-year-old like a solar flare, silver and gold energies intertwining in patterns that Maya's Luna heritage recognizes as fundamentally correct. This isn't just inherited ability, this is something new, something that transcends the limitations of either bloodline alone. Magnus staggers backward, his own stolen power recoiling from Emma's primordial Luna energy like oil fleeing from water. "Impossible," he gasps. "The child can't have that level of control." "She doesn't need control," Maya realizes, understanding flooding through her consciousness. She is control, the balance between worlds that Luna Guardians were always meant to represent, but with the strength to enforce that balance. Alexander's hand finds hers, and the moment their fingers interlock, Maya feels their powers merging in ways that transcend the merely supernatural. Silver and gold flames spiral around them, creating something that's more than the sum of its parts. "Together," Alexander says, and the single word carries the weight of promises made in starlight and sealed with blood. "Together." Maya agrees and feels the last of her walls crumbling as she accepts what they could become when they stop fighting their bond and start embracing it. The battle that follows is unlike anything the supernatural world has ever seen. Council enforcers attack in coordinated waves, their weapons gleaming with technology designed to neutralize supernatural abilities. But Maya and Alexander move like extensions of each other, their combined power creating a barrier that stops even the most advanced containment devices. Maya flows through the attacking forces like liquid silver, the Luna blade singing as it cuts through their defenses. Alexander fights in both human and wolf form, shifting between shapes with fluid grace as he protects her flanks and coordinates their assault. And Emma stands at the center of their formation, her primordial Luna power creating a zone of protection that shields them from harm while enhancing their abilities beyond normal limits. Marcus and his pack join the battle, their allegiance shifting from council to guardian as they witness the truth of what Magnus represents. Other supernatural beings follow suit: vampires, fae, beings who've spent centuries accepting council authority but are finally seeing it for the parasitic corruption it truly is. But Magnus himself remains untouchable, his stolen power creating a barrier that even Maya's Luna Blade can't penetrate. He begins the ancient rituals, power siphoning techniques that the Council has perfected over millennia of feeding on those weaker than themselves. "You cannot win," he calls across the battlefield, his voice carrying harmonics that make reality itself seem to bend. "I have consumed the strength of hundreds, every Luna Guardian who came before you, every Primordial who dared challenge Council authority, their power flows through me now." Silver chains manifest around Maya, bonds of stolen Luna energy that burn against her skin like liquid fire. She can feel her power being drawn away, channeled into Magnus's form through techniques that turn her own heritage against her. "Maya," Alexander screams, lunging toward her, but more chains wrap around him as well. Golden light begins flowing from his body, primordial strength adding to the torrent of stolen energy. "Leave my mommy alone," Emma shrieks, and her voice carries enough power to shake the mountains themselves. The little girl transforms, but not into a wolf. This is something new. Something unprecedented, a form that exists at the intersection of human consciousness and supernatural power. Silver light blazes around her like armor made of starlight, and when she moves, she leaves trails of luminescence that speak of magic older than civilization. Emma launches herself at Magnus with the fearless courage that only love can inspire, her small hands blazing with primordial Luna energy that the ancient power feeder has never encountered before. When she makes contact with his stolen barriers, they don't just break, they shatter, releasing centuries of absorbed power back into the supernatural spectrum. "Impossible," Magnus gasps, staggering backward as his carefully accumulated strength begins to unravel. "The child can't. She's only 5 years old." "She's 5 years old and tired of you hurting her family," Maya says, feeling her own power returning as the siphoning chains dissolve. And Magnus? That's exactly the kind of motivation that makes Luna Guardians dangerous. Maya rises to her feet, silver fire blazing around her like the fury of angels made manifest. But this time, she's not alone. Alexander stands beside her, golden energy intertwining with her silver flames. Emma hovers between them, her primordial Luna power creating a connection that transcends normal supernatural bonds. "You want Luna power?" Maya asks, advancing on Magnus with the Luna blade singing in her hand. "You want to feed on the strength of guardians who came before me? Then take it all." She doesn't try to fight the siphoning effect. She embraces it, channels it, uses it as a conduit to channel not just her own abilities, but the spirits of every Luna Guardian Magnus has consumed over the centuries. Isabella Santos rises within her consciousness, adding her strength to Maya's own. Maria Santos joins them, her power flowing through the connection. Doraya Meperal the Wand, ever fought against council oppression, every woman who chose to burn rather than submit, they all stand with Maya now. "We are not your sacrifice," Maya declares, her voice carrying the harmonics of dozens of Luna Guardians speaking in unison. "We are your judgment." The power that flows through the siphoning connection is too much for even Magnus to contain. Centuries of stolen strength, multiplied by the fury of those he's consumed, channeled through a Luna Guardian who finally understands what she truly is. It overloads his carefully constructed defenses like a dam bursting under pressure. Magnus screams as he explodes in silver flame, his form unraveling as the stolen power returns to its sources. The remaining council members flee, their conspiracy exposed, their authority shattered by the revelation of what they truly are. When the light fades, Maya stands in the center of a battlefield transformed, silver fire still dancing around her like a crown made of justice and starlight. Above her head, a coronet of pure Luna energy manifests, not a symbol of dominance, but a sign of what she's become. The first true Luna guardian in over a century. A woman who chose love over submission, who embraced her power instead of fearing it, who remembered that some things are worth fighting for, no matter the cost. What do we do now? Alexander asks, studying her with eyes that hold awe and love in equal measure. Maya looks around at the gathered supernatural beings, wolves and vampires, and fae and dozens of others who've witnessed the council's true nature exposed. She feels the weight of leadership settling on her shoulders, but also the strength to bear it. Every guardian before me failed because they tried to rule alone, she says, her voice carrying new authority that comes from understanding rather than stolen power. But I have you, I have Emma, I have choice. She turns to address the crowd, her words carrying across the battlefield with clarity that transcends normal hearing. We rebuild. Together. Not with the council's hierarchy of fear and stolen strength, but with cooperation, with choice, with the understanding that power shared is power multiplied. Emma takes her hand, silver light blazing, where their skin touches. Alexander moves to her other side, golden energy completing the triangle of connection that represents something entirely new in the supernatural world. The Luna Guardian has returned, Maya announces, and her words echo across the mountains like a promise carved in starlight. Not as your ruler, but as your protector. Not as someone who commands, but as someone who serves. The old ways are dead, now we forge something better. The supernatural world will never be the same. The council's authority has been shattered, their conspiracy exposed, their stolen power returned to its rightful sources. In its place stands something unprecedented, a Luna Guardian who chooses cooperation over domination, who builds bridges instead of walls, who remembers that true strength comes from love rather than fear. Maya Chen, exhausted single mother, has become Maya Santos Chen, true Luna Guardian, protector of both worlds, the woman who chose to fight rather than surrender. And the story she's writing, with Alexander's love, with Emma's future, with the supernatural world's awakening, is just beginning. Chapter 9. The battlefield falls silent in the aftermath of Magnus's destruction, silver fire still dancing in the air like the ghosts of every Luna Guardian who finally found justice. Maya stands at the epicenter of change, power flowing through her veins, in waves that speak of transformation complete, of destiny embraced, of a woman who chose to burn rather than submit. Around her, the supernatural world watches with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. Wolves from a dozen different packs, vampires whose pale faces reflect the silver light, fae creatures whose ethereal beauty seems diminished beside Maya's blazing power, all of them waiting to see what comes next, what new world order will rise from the ashes of council corruption. But Maya's attention focuses on the two people who matter most. Emma stands beside her, small hand still glowing with primordial Luna energy, her 5-year-old face serene with the kind of acceptance that only children possess when the world finally makes sense. This is her daughter, not just the child Maya worked 3 jobs to protect, but the bridge between worlds that will reshape everything supernatural beings understand about power and possibility. And Alexander kneels before them both, his massive frame bent in submission, that speaks of reverence rather than defeat. Blood still tracks down his face from the battle. His expensive clothes are torn beyond repair, but his golden eyes burn with something that transcends mere supernatural ability. Love, recognition, the absolute certainty that he's found his purpose in service to something greater than his own immortal existence. Maya, Alexander says, and her name on his lips carries the weight of centuries, of choices that led to this moment, of a future that stretches endlessly before them. I pledge my life, my pack, my soul to your service. The words should feel like victory, like vindication for every moment of betrayal and pain. But Maya hears the careful phrasing, sees the way Alexander's head remains bowed, and realizes he's still trying to atone rather than truly connecting. Not as your hunter, he continues, golden eyes lifting to meet hers with devastating honesty, but as your mate, your protector, your choice, if you'll have me, if you can forgive what I was and accept what I'm trying to become. Maya looks down at this man who deceived her, hunted her, then fought an army to reach her side. The man who spent 2 centuries delivering Luna guardians to their deaths, then broke every oath he'd ever sworn, rather than let the same fate claim her. The contradiction should be impossible to reconcile, but standing here with power singing in her blood and Emma's trust radiating beside her, Maya finally understands the difference between mistakes and malice. Trust is earned, Alexander, she says, and her voice carries harmonics that make the silver fire dance brighter around them. Love is chosen, every day, in every moment, in every decision we make about how we treat the people who matter to us. She extends her hand toward him, silver light dancing along her fingers like an invitation written in starlight. Stand beside me as an equal, or don't stand beside me at all. I won't be worshipped, and I won't be protected like some fragile thing that might break. I'm a Luna guardian, and that means I protect others, not the other way around. Alexander's breath catches as he rises to his feet, his massive frame unfolding with predatory grace that speaks of power barely contained. When he takes her offered hand, golden energy flows between them like completion itself, silver and gold flames intertwining in patterns that speak of bonds deeper than blood, stronger than death. As equals, then, he says, and his voice carries the weight of promises made in starlight and sealed with the kind of love that survives betrayal and emerges stronger. Always. Emma tugs on Maya's other hand, her small voice cutting through the supernatural tension with the clarity that only children possess. Does this mean Alex gets to stay? Does this mean we're a family now? Maya looks down at her daughter, seeing not just the 5-year-old who still needs bedtime stories and help brushing her teeth, but the primordial Luna who will grow up to reshape the supernatural world in ways none of them can imagine. Emma sees love where adults see complications, sees family where politics would demand alliances, sees hope where experience suggests caution. Yes, baby, Maya says, and the words feel like stepping off a cliff into free fall, terrifying and exhilarating and absolutely right. We're a family now, a very complicated, very powerful, very unusual family. Alexander's hand tightens around hers, and through their bond Maya feels his relief, his gratitude, his absolute determination to prove worthy of the trust she's choosing to place in him. But beneath that, she senses something else, uncertainty about what comes next, about how they move forward from this moment of triumph into the messy reality of building something new. Maya understands that uncertainty because she feels it too. The Council's authority has been shattered, their conspiracy exposed, their stolen power returned to its sources. But authority vacuums don't remain empty long, and the supernatural world is watching to see what will rise in place of the old order. She could claim dominion, could use her Luna Guardian status and Emma's unprecedented power to establish a new hierarchy with herself at its apex. The gathered supernatural beings would accept it, some out of genuine respect, others from fear of what she could do if opposed. It would be easy, natural, the kind of solution that history would understand. But Maya has spent her entire adult life being told what she should want, what she should accept, what she should be grateful for. She's learned the difference between power that serves and power that dominates, between leadership that inspires and authority that demands submission. Standing in the ruins of the council's chamber, with silver fire dancing around her like a crown she never asked for, Maya makes a choice that will echo through generations. She turns away from Alexander and Emma, away from the gathered supernatural beings who wait for her words to reshape their world. Instead, she looks directly ahead, her silver eyes finding something beyond the immediate scene, beyond the mountain battlefield, beyond the constraints of time and space. She looks at you. "You've watched my story," Maya says, and her voice carries across impossible distances to reach hearts that need to hear these words. "Seen my choices, felt my pain, witnessed a single mother's transformation from exhausted survivor to supernatural queen." The silver fire around her flares brighter, responding to the emotional intensity of this moment, not just the culmination of her personal journey, but the point where her story becomes a challenge, becomes a mirror held up to reflect truths that some people spend lifetimes avoiding. "But here's what I need to know," Maya continues, her voice softening with vulnerability that makes her power seem more rather than less impressive. "Here's the question that matters more than council politics or supernatural hierarchies or ancient prophecies fulfilled." She takes a step forward, and somehow the movement brings her closer to you, despite the impossibility of bridging the gap between story and reality, between fictional narrative and lived experience. "If you were in that council chamber, would you have chosen me?" The question hangs in the air like a challenge thrown down to the universe itself. When Magnus Ironwood and his power feeders demanded my submission, when they called me too dangerous to leave free, when they threatened my daughter to force my compliance, would you have stood with me? Maya's expression shifts, revealing the depth of pain that lies beneath her newfound power. The exhaustion that comes not just from supernatural battles, but from a lifetime of being told she's too much, too demanding, too unwilling to accept the limitations others would place on her potential. Or would you have feared the silver flame? Like they did, would you have seen a monster breaking free of her cage, rather than a mother protecting her child? Would you have nodded along when they called me unstable, uncontrolled, too dangerous for civilized society? The questions cut deeper than any Luna blade, exposing truths that resonate beyond the supernatural realm into the harsh realities of a world where women's power is feared, where single mothers are judged as lacking, where strength is celebrated in men and pathologized in women. "Because here's what I've learned," Maya says, silver fire dancing around her words, like visible truth. "Every day, women are told they're too much, too strong, too fierce, too powerful, too emotional when they care deeply, too cold when they protect themselves, too ambitious when they refuse to settle, too needy when they ask for basic respect." She spreads her arms, encompassing not just the battlefield around her, but the vast complexity of existing as a woman in a world designed to diminish her. The council called me dangerous because I wouldn't submit. My ex-husband called me unfit because I couldn't make poverty look like choice. Society called me selfish because I worked multiple jobs instead of being present for every moment of my daughter's life. Maya's voice grows stronger, more resonant, carrying the authority that comes from understanding rather than inherited privilege. But danger, unfitness, selfishness, these are just words used to shame women who refuse to dim their light for other people's comfort. The silver crown above her head pulses brighter, responding to her emotional intensity like a living thing. So I'm asking you directly, would you celebrate a woman who refuses to make herself smaller? Who claims her power instead of apologizing for it? Who chooses to burn bright even when the world demands she flicker quietly in corners? Maya's gaze intensifies, and somehow you feel seen, known, challenged in ways that fiction isn't supposed to manage. Or would you try to break her down like they tried to break me? Would you find reasons why her power is problematic, why her choices are selfish, why her refusal to submit makes her the villain of her own story? The questions aren't rhetorical. They demand answers, demand soul-searching, demand the kind of honest self-examination that most people spend their lives avoiding. Maya represents more than just a supernatural romance heroine. She represents every woman who's been told she's too much, every mother who's been judged as inadequate, every person who's been asked to choose between authenticity and acceptance. If this story lit something inside you, Maya continues, and her voice carries the warmth of connection across impossible distances, if my fire sparked your own, if you see yourself in the exhausted mother who discovered she was capable of so much more than survival, then you belong with us. She gestures toward the silver flame that dances around her like living jewelry. Subscribe to Werewolf Tales because here, we don't just tell stories about strong women, we tell tales that burn. We celebrate the ones who refuse to be diminished, who claim their power, who choose love without surrendering strength. The call to action feels less like marketing and more like an invitation to join a revolution, not just of supernatural politics, but of personal empowerment, of rejecting the limiting narratives that society tries to impose on anyone who dares to want more than they're offered. Hit that notification bell if you believe every single mother deserves a love story, Maya says, and her words carry the weight of personal experience, of knowing what it means to be dismissed as unworthy of romance because you come with complications and responsibilities. If you believe every woman deserves to claim her power without apologizing for it, if you believe that strength and vulnerability can coexist, that love and independence aren't contradictory, that choosing yourself isn't selfish when the alternative is disappearing entirely. Emma appears beside her mother, small hand finding Maya's with the unconscious trust that speaks of bonds deeper than blood. The 5-year-old looks directly at you with eyes that glow silver, and when she speaks, her voice carries wisdom that no child should possess. My mommy is the strongest person in the world, Emma says with absolute conviction. She worked 3 jobs to take care of me, fought monsters to keep me safe, and chose to love even when love meant risking everything. If you don't think that makes her a hero, then you don't understand what heroes really are. Alexander moves to Maya's other side, his golden eyes reflecting both love and challenge as he addresses you directly. I've lived for over 2 centuries, he says, his voice carrying the weight of accumulated experience. I've known power in all its forms, inherited, stolen, seized, earned. But I've never seen anything as magnificent as a woman who chooses to embrace her strength despite every force that tries to convince her she should be ashamed of it. Maya nods, acknowledging the support, while maintaining her focus on the deeper questions her story raises. Comment below. Team Maya or Team Council? Are Luna guardians saviors who protect the balance between worlds, or are we too dangerous to live free? Are women who refuse to submit heroes or threats to the established order? She leans forward slightly, and the movement somehow bridges the impossible gap between fiction and reality, between story and truth. Because your answer reveals more about you than about them. It reveals whether you see power as something to be controlled or celebrated, whether you view women's strength as asset or liability, whether you believe that love means supporting someone's growth or demanding their diminishment. The silver fire around Maya begins to shift, becoming less defensive armor and more welcoming beacon. Her voice softens, revealing the vulnerability that lies beneath her supernatural strength. The tired mother who worked multiple jobs, the woman who fell asleep on a stranger's shoulder, the person who spent years believing she wasn't worthy of protection or love. I was just a tired mother trying to survive, Maya admits, and the honesty in her voice makes her power seem more rather than less impressive. Pouring coffee for customers who didn't see me, cleaning offices in the middle of the night, counting $47 and hoping it would be enough to keep us housed for another week. She looks down at Emma, then back at Alexander, seeing not just the supernatural family they've become, but the human connections that made transformation possible. I fell in love on a train because a beautiful stranger caught me when I was falling. I discovered power I never knew I possessed because someone threatened the person I love most in the world. I chose to fight rather than submit because some things are worth burning for, worth risking everything to protect. Maya's voice grows stronger again, but the strength is tempered with compassion, power balanced with understanding. But sometimes, survival means becoming more than you ever imagined. Sometimes, the life you're living isn't the life you're meant for. Sometimes, the exhaustion and limitation and constant struggle are just the cocoon you have to break out of to discover you were always meant to fly. She extends her hand toward you, silver light dancing along her fingers like an invitation written in starlight. The question is, will you let yourself transform? Will you claim the power you've been taught to fear? Will you choose to burn bright, even when the world demands you flicker quietly in corners? The gesture is impossible, reaching across the boundary between story and reality, between fictional narrative and lived experience, but somehow you feel the warmth of her power, the reality of her offer, the possibility that transformation might be closer than you think. Because here's what I've learned, Maya continues, her voice carrying the authority of someone who's traveled the full journey from victim to victor, from powerless to empowered, from afraid to fierce. The Luna power isn't something I inherited, it's something I chose. Every day, in every moment, when I could have chosen fear, or chosen strength, submission or defiance, survival or transformation, Emma tugs on her mother's sleeve, and Maya kneels to the 5-year-old's level, bringing them both into the intimate space of the story's conclusion. Tell them what you told me, baby, about choosing. Emma looks directly at you with the serious expression that children wear when they're sharing the most important truths they know. Mommy says we always get to choose who we want to be. The little girl says, silver light dancing around her words like visible hope, even when it's scary, even when people say we can't, even when we don't know how. She reaches out her small hand, and somehow the gesture bridges every impossibility to touch something real and vital inside your chest. You can choose to be brave like my mommy. You can choose to love like Alex does. You can choose to be strong even when people tell you that strong is wrong. Maya rises to her feet, pulling Emma up with her, and they stand together, mother and daughter, Luna Guardian, and Primordial Luna, exhausted survivor and unlimited potential made manifest. The council told me I was too dangerous to live free, Maya says, and her voice carries across time and space to reach every person who's ever been told they're too much. My ex-husband told me I was too unstable to raise my own daughter. Society told me I was too poor, too tired, too broken to deserve better. Silver fire explodes around her, not destructive but transformative, not burning but illuminating. But I chose to disagree. I chose to fight. I chose to love and be loved and refuse every limitation they tried to place on my potential. She looks directly at you one final time, her silver eyes holding depths that speak of journeys completed and adventures just beginning. What will you choose? The question hangs in the air like a challenge, like a promise, like the kind of invitation that changes everything for those brave enough to accept it. Maya stands surrounded by silver fire and family, having claimed not just supernatural power but the deeper strength that comes from knowing who you are and refusing to apologize for it. Behind her, the supernatural world watches and waits to see what new order will rise from the ashes of council corruption. Ahead of her stretches a future full of possibility, challenges to face, love to nurture, a daughter to raise who will reshape everything anyone thinks they know about power and purpose. But in this moment, she belongs entirely to the story you've shared, to the connection that transcends fiction, to touch something real and vital and necessary in a world that too often demands women choose between strength and love, power and acceptance, authenticity and belonging. Maya chose all of it. The question that remains is what you'll choose when your own moment of transformation arrives. The silver fire continues to dance, waiting for your answer, ready to illuminate whatever path you're brave enough to walk. The Luna Guardian has awakened. The only question now is whether you're ready to awaken too. Chapter 10, 1. The silver fire fades slowly, like embers cooling after a conflagration that reshaped the world. Maya's direct challenge hangs in the air, a question that transcends the boundaries between story and reality, between fiction and the truths we carry in our hearts. But as her gaze releases you from that impossible connection, the narrative flows forward, carrying her back into a future that holds both promise and shadow. 6 months later, Moonhaven at sunrise looks like something from a fairy tale, but the good kind, the kind where love wins and families heal, and broken things are made whole through patient effort and unshakable faith. The mansion has been rebuilt from the damage of supernatural warfare, but it's more than restored, it's transformed, expanded, made into something that speaks of community rather than isolation, of open doors rather than fortress walls. Maya stands on the wraparound porch that overlooks the sacred stone circle, her hand resting on the subtle curve of her belly that speaks of new life growing within her. 6 months pregnant, and every day brings new questions about what their child will become. Not just primordial Luna like Emma, but something even more unprecedented, the offspring of a true Luna Guardian and a first-generation werewolf, a child who will embody the bridge between worlds that their entire bloodline was meant to represent. Primordial Luna Guardian, the ancient texts called it when Elena finally found the relevant prophecies buried in scrolls that predate recorded history. The bridge between worlds. The child who will either unite all supernatural beings under Luna blessing or tear apart the veil between realities entirely. No pressure at all. Maya's free hand finds the delicate silver chain around her neck, fingers tracing the pendant that Alexander gave her just last week, not an engagement ring, because their bond transcends human customs, but a promise made manifest in metal and moonstone. They're planning 2 ceremonies, a human wedding for the sake of appearances and legal recognition, a Luna blessing for the supernatural community that will formalize what everyone already knows. Alexander and Maya are mated in ways that go deeper than marriage, more permanent than any legal document. Their bond has grown stronger over these 6 months of peace, deeper with each shared experience, each moment of trust rebuilt, each night spent learning the geography of hearts that have been broken, and healed, and broken again, until they emerged stronger than before. The sound of children's laughter draws Maya's attention to the grounds below, where Emma leads a group of young supernatural beings through exercises designed to help them control their emerging abilities. At 6 years old, Emma has grown into her primordial Luna heritage with the kind of natural grace that speaks of someone born to bridge worlds. She moves between a young werewolf learning to shift, a fey child whose emotions create literal flowers, and a vampire's daughter who's struggling with inherited bloodlust, offering guidance with the patient wisdom of someone far older than her years. Focus on what you want to protect, Emma tells a boy whose claws keep extending involuntarily. Don't think about being strong, think about being careful with the people you love. Maya watches her daughter, brilliant, powerful, impossibly wise Emma, and feels her heart swell with pride and terror in equal measure. This child who draws prophetic pictures and speaks truths that adults struggle to understand, who sees the world not as it is, but as it could be if everyone chose love over fear. The supernatural school was Emma's idea, born from her own need for peers who understood what it meant to be different, dangerous, destined for something larger than normal childhood allows. Maya had worried about the security implications, about drawing attention from the remnants of council loyalists or other threats that might emerge. But Emma had looked at her with those silver eyes that see too much and said simply, "They need to learn, Mommy. And if we don't teach them, who will?" So Moonhaven became more than a refuge, it became a beacon, drawing supernatural families from across North America who wanted their children educated rather than hidden, trained rather than suppressed, prepared for a world where their abilities would be assets rather than curses. Maya leads by example rather than decree, creating healing centers where Luna power mends instead of destroys, establishing councils where decisions are made through consensus rather than dominance, proving every day that strength and compassion aren't contradictory forces. The supernatural community that's emerging from the council's ashes looks nothing like the hierarchy that came before. It's messier, more complicated, but also more hopeful. "You're thinking too hard again," Alexander's voice rumbles behind her, accompanied by the warmth of his body as he wraps his arms around her from behind, careful of her growing belly. Maya leans back against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through the soft cotton of his shirt. He's learned to dress casually these past months, trading his billionaire CEO wardrobe for clothes that can survive helping with supernatural children's education and the daily work of building something new from nothing. "I'm thinking about the future," Maya corrects, her hands covering his where they rest on her stomach. "About what kind of world we're bringing this baby into." Alexander's lips brush against her temple, a gesture so tender it makes her heart ache with the sweetness of it. A world where they'll be loved unconditionally, protected fiercely, and taught that power exists to serve others rather than dominate them. A world where they'll never have to choose between who they are and who they're expected to be. It sounds perfect, too perfect. Maya has learned to be suspicious of perfect, especially when it comes this easily after so much struggle. As if summoned by her unease, her phone rings. The caller ID shows a number she recognizes. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, from the Tokyo Supernatural Council, one of the international leaders who's been monitoring the American situation with careful interest. Maya, Dr. Tanaka's voice carries strain that immediately puts Maya on high alert. I hope I'm not disturbing your evening. It's morning here, Maya says, stepping away from Alexander's embrace as supernatural politics intrude on domestic bliss. What's wrong, Yuki? Strange reports filtering in from across the Pacific, Dr. Tanaka admits. Energy signatures that our monitoring stations are picking up, but they don't match any known supernatural phenomena. Ships moving through waters that should be empty, carrying passengers who don't appear on any scanning technology. Maya's blood runs cold. Ships? Ancient vessels, Dr. Tanaka continues. Sailing ships that move without wind, crewed by beings whose supernatural signatures are unlike anything we've encountered before. They're heading east, Maya, toward North America. Alexander moves to Maya's side, his supernatural hearing allowing him to catch every word of the conversation. His expression shifts from contentment to alertness, the alpha in him responding to potential threats against his family and territory. How long until they reach our waters? Maya asks, already calculating distances and response times. 3 days, maybe 4. Dr. Tanaka replies. Maya, there's something else. We've intercepted communications, not radio or digital, but something older, supernatural frequencies that most modern beings can't even detect. They're talking about correcting the American mistake and restoring the old ways. Maya exchanges glances with Alexander, seeing her own fears reflected in his golden eyes. They thought defeating Magnus and exposing the Council's corruption was the end of their story. But what if it was just the beginning? Thank you for the warning, Maya says. Keep me informed of any developments. She ends the call and immediately dials Elena, who answers on the first ring with the efficiency that speaks of someone who never really sleeps. Maya, what's happened? We may have a problem. Ships approaching from across the Pacific, carrying beings that don't match any known supernatural signatures. Any idea what we might be dealing with? Elena's silence stretches long enough to be concerning. When she finally speaks, her voice carries the weight of old knowledge and older fears. The European conclave, she says simply. I was hoping they wouldn't notice what we'd accomplished here. I was wrong. European conclave? The council was just the American branch, Elena explains, and Maya can hear the sound of papers rustling, of databases being accessed. There are older powers in Europe, Asia, Africa, supernatural governing bodies that predate human civilization. They've been watching what we built here, and apparently they don't approve. Maya sinks into one of the porch chairs, her hand moving protectively to her belly as implications crash over her like a tide. They're coming to correct our mistake. They're coming to restore what they see as the natural order, Elena confirms. Hierarchy based on age and power, supernatural beings ruling from shadows, while humans remain ignorant cattle, Luna Guardians either controlled or eliminated. Alexander takes the phone from Maya's numb fingers. Elena, what are we looking at in terms of numbers, capabilities? I don't know, Elena admits, and her uncertainty is more terrifying than any definitive threat could be. The European conclave has been isolationist for centuries, dealing only with their own territories. But if they're mobilizing, if they're crossing oceans to confront us directly, They see what Maya's built as an existential threat. Alexander finishes, not just to their authority, but to their entire worldview. Maya stares out at the grounds where Emma continues teaching young supernatural beings to embrace their gifts rather than hide them, where the future looks bright and hopeful and full of possibility. All of it threatened by powers so ancient she didn't even know they existed. "Mommy?" Emma's voice carries across the lawn, pitched with the uncanny awareness that's become familiar over these months. "Can you come here? I need to show you something." Maya and Alexander exchange glances before making their way down to where Emma sits beneath the largest oak tree, crayons scattered around her as she works on another of her prophetic drawings. But this one is different from her usual artistic efforts, darker, more detailed, carrying an ominous weight that makes Maya's Luna power recoil. Ships crossing vast oceans, their sails billowing with wind that glows red instead of white. Figures standing on deck that are shaped like wolves but carry themselves with the authority of kings. And in the background, a map of North America with symbols marking specific locations, including one that looks disturbingly like Moonhaven. "They're coming for the new baby, Mommy," Emma says with the matter-of-fact tone she uses when discussing things that no 6-year-old should know about. "The old wolves don't like change. They think you're making things too different, too new." Maya kneels beside her daughter, studying the drawing with growing dread. "How do you know this, baby?" "Dreams," Emma says simply. "The same kind of dreams I had about you and Alex before you found each other. But these dreams taste angry and old, and..." She pauses, searching for words that can contain concepts beyond her vocabulary. "Hungry. They want to eat what we've built and make it into something else." Alexander crouches on Emma's other side, his attention focused on details in the drawing that speak to his centuries of experience with supernatural politics. "These symbols on their foreheads," he says, pointing to marks that Emma has carefully colored in shades of red that seem to glow on the paper. "I recognize them. The original pack." "What's the original pack?" Maya asks, though she's not sure she wants to know. "The first werewolves," Alexander explains, his voice carrying the weight of old stories and older fears. "The ones who made the choice to walk in human skin, who established the rules that all other supernatural beings follow. They've been dormant for centuries, letting their descendants manage the day-to-day business of supernatural governance. Until now," Maya realizes. "Until now," Alexander confirms. "Maya, if the original pack is awakening, if they're personally intervening in North American affairs," he trails off, unable to voice the implications. Emma tugs on Maya's sleeve, her small face serious with the gravity that children bring to delivering bad news. "There's more, Mama. The dreams show me what happens if they win." She flips to another page in her sketchbook, revealing a drawing that makes Maya's heart stop. Moonhaven in flames, the stone circles cracked and dark, children in cages while adults kneel in submission to figures whose eyes burn red in the darkness. "They don't just want to stop what you built," Emma continues, her voice carrying wisdom that no child should possess. "They want to punish everyone who helped you build it. They want to make an example so terrible that no one will ever try to change things again." Maya stares at the prophetic artwork, seeing not just their own destruction, but the systematic elimination of everything they've fought to create. The school for supernatural children, the healing centers, the councils based on consensus rather than dominance, all of it swept away by powers that view change as heresy and choice as chaos. "How long do we have?" Maya asks, though she already knows the answer will be insufficient. The ships dock at sunset tomorrow, Emma says, and her certainty is absolute. They'll come here first because you're the symbol of everything they want to destroy. If they can break you, if they can make you submit or die, then everyone else will fall in line. Maya looks around at the home they've built, the family they've created, the community that's grown around their vision of what the supernatural world could become. All of it threatened by beings who've decided that progress is treason, that hope is dangerous, that love is weakness. But as fear threatens to overwhelm her, Maya feels something else rising in her chest. Not panic, not despair, but the same silver fire that awakened when Emma was first threatened, when the council tried to cage her power, when she chose to fight rather than submit. She's not the same exhausted single mother who fell asleep on a stranger's shoulder 6 months ago. She's not the broken woman who accepted David's family's judgment of her worth, who worked 3 jobs while believing she deserved nothing better. She's not even the newly awakened Luna Guardian who fought Magnus Ironwood more from desperation than design. She's Maya Santos Chen, true Luna Guardian, protector of both worlds, the woman who chose to burn bright rather than flicker quietly in corners. And she's built something worth defending, created a family worth fighting for, established a vision of the future worth any sacrifice to preserve. Let them come, Maya says, and her voice carries harmonics that make the ancient oak's leaves shimmer with silver light. We're not the same people who ran from the council. We're not running anymore. Alexander's hand finds hers, golden energy flowing between them like completion itself. Emma moves to stand between her parents, silver light dancing around her small form, as her primordial Luna power responds to the gathering storm. Together? Alexander asks, and the single word carries the weight of bonds forged in battle and tempered by love. Together, Maya agrees, feeling power building around them like a shield made of starlight and determination. As they stand united beneath the oak tree, the first signs of the approaching threat become visible on the horizon. Ships that move without wind, carrying passengers whose supernatural signatures are older than recorded history, bearing symbols that speak of authority that brooks no dissent. The European conclave has come to restore the old ways, to punish the upstart Americans who dared to choose cooperation over dominance, love over fear, hope over the comfortable certainty of hierarchy. But they're about to discover that some things can't be restored once they've been broken, some changes can't be undone once they've taken root, some fires burn too bright to be extinguished by ancient authority or inherited power. The Luna Guardian has awakened. She's built a family, created a community, established a vision of what the supernatural world could become when guided by choice rather than force. And she's about to show the original pack why some revolutions succeed despite every odd against them. The ground beneath Moonhaven begins to tremble, not with earthquake, but with the approach of power that predates human civilization. The ships on the horizon grow larger, their red-eyed crews becoming visible through supernatural sight. Ancient voices carry across the water, speaking in languages that predate recorded history, but carry meanings that transcend translation. Maya Chen, Luna Guardian, child of prophecy, you have upset the natural order. This will be corrected. The true alphas have awakened. Your American dream ends now. Maya's eyes blaze silver as she looks toward the approaching threat, her hand moving protectively to her belly, where new life grows, where the future of both worlds develops in the safety of her body. Emma steps closer, her small form radiating power that makes the air itself shimmer. Alexander moves to flank them both, his presence creating a barrier of golden energy that speaks of protection offered freely and love given without reservation. "We're not afraid," Maya calls back, and her voice carries across the water with enough authority to make the approaching ships slow their advance. "We're not children to be scolded or subjects to be conquered. We're family, we're community, we're everything you've forgotten how to be." Silver fire erupts around them, not destructive but transformative, not burning but illuminating. It spreads outward from their position, touching every person on Moonhaven's grounds, connecting them through bonds of choice rather than blood, purpose rather than hierarchy, love rather than fear. The supernatural school's students look up from their lessons, power awakening in young forms, as they feel the call to stand with those who've chosen to protect rather than dominate. Adult supernatural beings emerge from the mansion and surrounding buildings, taking positions that speak of loyalty earned rather than demanded, of allegiance freely given to a cause worth defending. The original pack wants to restore the old ways, wants to drag the supernatural world back into shadows and silence and submission to ancient authority. But they're about to learn that some changes, once begun, cannot be stopped by force alone. Maya Santos Chen has awakened not just as a Luna Guardian, but as a symbol of what's possible when power serves love instead of the other way around. She's created something worth fighting for, something worth dying for, something worth transforming the entire supernatural world to preserve. The ships continue their approach, red eyes glowing in the gathering dusk, ancient voices calling threats across water that tastes of salt and inevitability. But Moonhaven stands ready, united not by fear, but by the radical belief that the future can be better than the past, that choice matters more than tradition, that love is stronger than any authority. The war for the supernatural world's soul is about to begin. And this time, the Luna Guardian isn't fighting alone. Some bonds are worth fighting for, some wars are worth winning, but some enemies have been waiting 1,000 years for this moment. The Luna Guardian's greatest test is yet to come. If you're ready for the next chapter of Maya's story, subscribe to Wolfvale F Tales and hit that notification bell. Because the European Conclave doesn't just want to defeat her, they want to erase everything she's built. And Maya, she's about to show them why you should never threaten a Luna Guardian's family. The war for the supernatural world starts now. Predict who leads the European Conclave. Theory: what powers will Maya's new baby have? Question: should Maya negotiate or fight? Vote: Team Diplomatic Solution or Team Silver Flame War. The Luna Guardian's story continues, but only if you choose to follow where the silver fire leads.